Now we continue our speed run. Yes, we shall. We have a lot of chests to collect.
You're right. We'd best pick up our spirits and our pace to Michelin.
It's my turn. Treasure?
Cinnamon gem?
My pleasure.
Uh-huh. That's the only one we can collect currently. Moving on to 2. Got 1, 2, 3. Chest. This guy put chest number 2 twice. Guess he can't be bothered to fix that. But there's a total of 4 chests here. Which I guess going this way. Yeah, head south to the starting fork. Yep.
Oh,
Megalith Fall, you are correct. This should be a spirit incense. Alright.
Now that's what they call a drop.
Next up here is a holy bell.
Oh, I bet there's good fishing to be had here.
Look out! It's a strong one!
Mm-hmm. And then this is a bunch of ingredients. Yep. Okay. The last chest over there is Byakko.
Aha! A treasure chest.
Alright. And now we just keep going until we reach the Castle of Mirrors.
Heads up. That one means business.
Also, I should equip people with their good items. Probably a good idea.
I'll say, we're at a resort.
Then we're off to search the guest house.
Keep an eye out for the EDF. They'll show up sooner or later.
Yeah.
Bug flying around my room and I feel like it's constantly getting on my face. I could be completely wrong, but it's annoying.
Let's do this.
Just the idea that it's there.
Hey, let's down. Wide open. Let's go.
You! I can't afford to lose.
Gonna have to step up our game for this one.
Nice.
You! Excellent work.
Excellent work, guys. That took a lot of effort.
Your old man sure works quick, Yuna.
Yep, that's my dad. As soon as I called, he sprang into action.
Demon. Oh yeah, we have to play through the coaster game.
Time to move.
Oh, there's no actual mouse and keyboard controls. It's WASD and left click. I figured I'd try it to see if it's anything, and wow. That's not how you do PC controls. How dare you? Although, it's possible that it's tied to the movement controls and you can't do anything about it. Does there damage with this skill at the level? Because I feel like we're beating up... We're blowing these two-hit enemies up very quickly. There you are. Continue without reaching the target score? Yeah, continue story. We don't need it. RP increased by 2 still, somehow. What? Just chilling at the beach.
Watch out. This is a tough one.
Kaboom?
Let's go.
Not quite kaboom.
Ha! Now!
They're mine. Hooked up. Get him!
Got it. You've really.
Now we beat up a robot.
This'll be fun. Now. Let's go.
Good miss.
Here I go. Oh,
I must best these humans! How dare you, human!
nice. We did it.
Super easy. Barely an inconvenience.
We should try to pass on what Miss Schneider said to Mishy and Michette.
Alright. Let's scroll down.
Yeah, it's only right.
So Castle Mirrors 1 has
Indeed.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I could feel the sincerity in his words.
It was a mascot, guys.
Here I go.
Felt real in the moment, though. I'll snap out of it soon.
This should be Passionate Rouge?
Now that's what they call a drop.
That may be the one that I missed. Possibly.
A powerful foe. Best engage with care.
No, I don't think so. That room
Nice. This one's rare.
triggers a memory. But keep going. Boss fight.
My turn. Here I go. Wide open.
Got it.
Numbers up. Now. Hell yeah. Let's keep.
Yep. This is a pumpkin? Yeah. The last chest over there is a golden watch.
Heads up. That one means business.
Alright. Section 2. There are 3 chests here. Serum capsule is the first one. But first, we have to fall in a pit trap.
This'll be fun. Sure. Hell yeah. Let's keep moving.
Alright. So the first chest that we find is in plain view, with the Serum capsule in it.
Running around here.
Yeah, there's no way the enemy should have a clue what we're up to here.
Alright.
How'd they even know who to make copies of?
Sacred Mirror
They couldn't
Quartz.
have known it'd be exactly us.
I don't like this. It's like we're playing right into somebody's hand.
Mean?
Okay, this way should be a Sacred Mirror Quartz.
Check it out, free stuff.
The last thing should be a Hades gem. One chest over there.
It's tough. We'll need to be careful.
You don't see these every day.
And we could just keep going to the end. Proceed through the mirror.
Numbers up.
Remember how much this guy was a real pain in my ass?
Down. Eat this. Here's it. It's down. Wide open.
Here I go. Oh,
I'm up.
Guess I get it, you're mad. Anyway, you skip that. Next up, we go to Lloyd's Act 4. Starting off, we got some chests in the mines tunnel. We're scouting with 2 people. Yeah.
Engaged.
I've got to say, Noel,
Bang bang.
real sharp on your new bike.
Darn right I did. It's a pretty fancy upgrade for the bicycle, huh?
fire!
Gotta go in here.
Bring it in. I'm going in. Great work on that one, guys.
I think I equipped Noelle with her better gear back when you were just wandering around Crossbell. Should be good on that. So, the 2 chests here, Spirit Droplet and a Burn 4 Quartz.
What a bonus.
Who knew we'd get so lucky?
Then next, when we get to Mines Mountain Path 3, there are 2
That
chests over
tunnel took
here.
forever.
No
I see
plopping
1 and
down
2.
yet. We're almost to mines.
I found a chest.
Keep
Let's
over?
open it.
Yep. And the other one is Assorted Ingredients.
Right.
You!
Sorry.
Single piano hit.
I can't believe you were holed up in mines again. History.
Fuck. Damn you.
Going for it.
Engage!
Your defenses sure are rock solid. There!
It's more like we've pushed.
Now this one looks worth my while.
Robot. Die, robot.
Yeah! You're a... Got him!
Engaged! You won't... Now's our chance!
Engage! My turn. I'll take care of it. Oh. Good job.
So, mine's Mountain Path Temple outside. Single chest with a Rakan gem in it.
Careful. That one looks tough.
Aha.
I hope Dudley's side is doing all right.
I'm sure they're swell. They've got Lynn.
Let's wrap this up.
Oh yeah, we have the two bracers. Alright, Moon Temple 1. There are 3 chests here.
The inside of the temple lives up to what I've been told about how creepy it is.
Looks like all its contraptions have been reactivated too.
Could be the EDF's doing. We'll have to watch out for new traps
The
along
first
with the
chest
old.
they're marking is this one here. Fury bombs, as tablets. Yep. Then I think over there, I think this is a Tyrol bomb. Yeah.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Chest over there contains a domination quartz.
Treasure. I call dibs.
Alright, now we just keep going until we reach Moon Temple 2. Alright,
Had a load of that pool. Wasn't expecting anything half as spiffy up
got
here.
4 chests here.
My guess is it used to be one of those extravagant outdoor corridors.
Tyrol bomb.
Sure is nice to see a little sun again.
That
Plus
door
your
on
bomb
the other
infantry
end
tree.
must
Yep.
be where we need to go. Just be on the lookout for monsters.
Strong
Not sure
one
which
over
one
here.
this is.
Keep
Serum
sharp.
capsule, maybe? This is the Lunar Gyre. This is chest 11. Chest 10 is the Zerum capsule, which might be that one over there. Nope, that's the Zerum capsule.
That's a good
The
haul
lab.
there.
So that last one is a Crescent Mirror UR.
Get cocky, and that one'll knock you on your ass.
Alright. Moon Temple 3.
Joshua, I think something's over.
That's just a stain on the wall, Estelle. What happened to being over them for ages, huh?
This place
See.
would give me the jitters if we didn't have them
I'll
around.
pat down the
dude.
steps, gets you a holy crown.
Estelle and Joshua sitting in a tree. K.I.
CKING, your ass if you keep that up, Randy.
See, in the passageway past a blue star enemy, there's a true gladiator headband.
That monster's a major threat. Careful.
Opposing passageway, so that's chest 15. So 14's over here, and this is the headband.
Wonder who would put that chest there.
Excusez-moi. Repressing the exit of this area. Right over there. That one contains a brave soul.
Wow, got us a rare one.
So there's a new thing. There's one last thing over there. Can't see it from here though. No, we can sort of see it. That's a Voice Breaker 4.
And there's our way through.
Great. Let's not
This
waste another
may
second.
be the one that I missed,
We're coming, Commander. Just hold out a little longer.
but it's not like we can tell. Now without going through all the streams. Anyway, we keep going until we reach C's Act 4. So rush it to the end.
Try to last until the curtain call it.
Right. Here I go.
Here comes the climax.
You say that.
All for one.
I don't...
Battle's wrapped up. Hope you guys are doing good.
And we skip it. Alright, now for this Act 4. If we are on the Nox Forest path, which we are, there are 3 chests. 1, 2, 3.
Am I right, LP? Air has taste? I can't tell the difference. Speaking of air, I nearly suffocated under those fake dolls, but Rufus...
We know. Probably better than you at this point.
That monster looks hard.
You're out, puppet. Uh-huh. And then after the Doobly scene. Hey Doobly, ready to get bodied?
Easy.
You!
The battle is over.
All right.
Evil. This isn't over yet.
On guard. I'll take care of it.
Forgive me, my lord.
A one-sided beatdown. Now let's pick up this chest. And also give her better equipment.
This is quite the stroke of luck.
Either way. 1, 2, 3. Now in Nox Forest Path 2, there are 2 more. 1, 2.
I don't believe I've had the pleasure of meeting you three before.
Oh, you don't have to worry about us. We're just hired hands.
But that won't do it all. You're warriors, and all warriors deserve respect.
Check her out, S. She's so dignified that you'd almost forget she ate dirt against the boss.
Excuse me? I'm a warrior too!
I think that freight line connects to regions all throughout Crossbell.
We got some
Wow,
munchies.
that's so convenient.
It's very convenient.
Tasty rock salt.
I made liberal use of it to ship many a weapon during the war.
Huh? Now, we get to deal with this, and then go through the prison.
Not plain.
My turn. Oh,
Prison. Hey, Arios. Right, inside of Prison 1 here, we got 4 chests.
To think fate would lead us back on the same side, Arios McLean.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's funny. We met at the tournament, but we haven't spoken since my days with the CDF.
Oh, the tournament.
I can see you've endured a great deal since then.
It's the tournament for the
I'm keen to see
Daydream.
how you carry on your Lord's spirit.
Stuff you wouldn't really remember until you play through it again.
You honor me with your words.
We should get that chest while we're here.
Curia.
I'm sure we can use this.
What convoluted
And Force
contraptions to
Crown.
have for a simple prison.
I believe they upped their security after a certain someone from the SSS broke out of here.
That young man gave me quite a headache while in the birdcage.
Act 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3,
You
4,
kinda
5.
got me curious about the SSS now.
There, capsule. Yep.
This is of amazing quality.
Next up on the list is a Hyosho gem, it looks like.
You gonna fight that? Is it worth the effort?
Alright. Next is an EP Charge 3. Gotta hit the switch. EP Charge 3. And a few other things. Next up is a Genbu Quartz.
That chest is just begging to be opened.
Then last is an emergency puppet.
Treasure! Oh, I can smell the riches!
Right. That's everything until Prison 3. Right here. Got 3 chests here. 1, 2, 3. Easily spottable. Dragon Incense, let's see. Yep.
Good thing we were here to take this.
Next quartz is a Faint 4.
could go for a fight now.
A treasure chest! Gimme, gimme!
Okay, last, that is a pyre bow.
Did we inspect that treasure chest?
Open, open. There we go.
We're pretty far in by now, aren't we?
We're at the end, actually.
Ready?
Very well. How shall we play? Are you ready? Got you!
Ready?
Alright, first version done. And now, part 2 Electric Boogaloo.
I shall! Oh,
You seem mad.
Ready?
how shall we play?
Stay that way.
You win, I win.
Either way, we skip that. There we go. And now for the finale, there's a, it says here, chest cleanup, which probably just a few remaining chests that you couldn't get during the main actual part of the story. But we have some stuff to do for then. Look at all those skippings.
Should be about time for the other teams to kick things.
Let's begin.
Why, you?
Gotta be tougher than that to
Crossbell.
We are always ready.
watch out. It's my turn. Yeah. You're right. Got him. There. Down you go.
Let's eat him for breakfast, Imperial.
The challenge, is it? Why, you?
Cheers to the last.
What, act?
Outplaying.
Got you! I shall!
Why, you?
On it.
Why, you?
It's me! Now!
Asking point.
My turn!
Perk up.
You deserve some praise. The battle is over. Now...
Lloyd and Rufus's side should be moving out about now.
We're good. We don't need to change anybody around.
Why, you?
Excellent.
We can leave things here to Scarlet and the Bracers for now.
This one's strong. You.
Here I go. Get him! My turn. Let's do it.
Take this.
This is it. We won.
Yeah. Let's make sure this train never stops.
Keep.
Okay. I'll
Going for it. You're.
All right.
Big guy down.
No, we're
And now, big boss fight.
I am.
Oh, big boss fight 1, and then we have big boss fight 2 after this.
Outplaying.
Good to go.
Ready.
my turn.
Fall in line. Majestic ray.
On guard.
Don't have ways to counter, do I?
I shall leave this to you.
I got you.
At least not normally.
Ready? You're down. Hey. Keep at it. I don't mind. Down.
An opening.
I'm supposed to be perfect.
Very well.
It's my turn.
A chance.
Mine. Hey.
Suppressing.
Ready? You mind?
I accept.
Hold him.
All right.
Good to go. Good luck. I got you. On it. You're down.
An opening.
Ready? Keep at it.
An opening.
All right.
Arcus active. I shall.
Ouch.
On guard.
Ready? Keep at it.
An opening.
Very well.
All right.
Ready. There.
On guard.
On it. Keep at it.
An opening.
Very well.
Yes.
What? Nonsense.
I want to double check that everybody actually has their best stuff on. Alright, we're good.
The final.
And we have Assault Gauge.
Right.
They're dead.
The climax is.
I won't. Thank you so much.
There's no turning back. Not at this point.
I hope you're prepared
guard.
for this.
That's my little guy. That's my wish.
Let's go!
I'm going to shred! Perfect!
Too late now. This is the strength of one who is real.
Thank you for adjusting yourself to my pace.
Oh no, you pulled most of the weight between us.
We can skip that. Alright. All that's left is the cleanup and then going through the tower, right? And we should have every single chest in the game. Then watch the ending scenes and be good. So, first up, we're going to go through it in the list of this here. West Crossbell Road, wherever this is. I see east. See, let's try just going. Here we go. West Crossbell Highway. I literally do not care.
Time to ride.
Yeehaw. And Serum capsule right here.
Leave it to me.
Who knew we'd get so lucky?
Watch out. That one looks dangerous.
And this is a Sleep 4 quartz. Alright. Now, East Crossbell Highway. Go to Highway 1. That chest over there.
You can get a real clear view of the tower from here.
Inside there is Elysium after being taken over.
And who took it over, I'm sure.
Surely we have better things to do than stand here and
Dragon
admire
incense?
the
Yep. Now we go to the Lake Elm Wetlands. Wetlands 1 specifically. Hello there.
You're right. Let's keep up with preparations.
So we head towards Ursula Road basically. So we'll head west at the initial fork.
Only engage that one if necessary.
Guessing it's this one. This should be a Spirit Incense. Yeah.
This is quite the stroke of luck.
That chest over there is a Carnelia gem. Looks like.
Looks tough. We'll need to be careful.
Nope, Ocean Bell. Oh, I was looking at Ursula Roads. Let me just scroll it up so I stop getting confused. Okay. And then that last chest should contain an Argam gem.
Wonder who would put that chest there.
Alright. Let's head to Ursula Road 1. Alright. East at the first fork. Contains an Amberl gem. This is west.
We should get that chest while we're here.
Carnelia. This is the middle one on that list. Oh, over there. Yeah, this is east.
Let's not forget to
There's
open
our
that
Ambrose
chest.
gem. Next up, that last chest contains a Vital Divine Water. Alrighty. By Road 2. First chest in plain view contains a powerful Divine Water.
Wow, isn't this super rare?
Up ahead, Of the eastern wall down the slope and Esmeralda's gem.
That monster looks hard.
Two over there. Far west. Contains fortuitous divine water.
Only engage that one if necessary.
This one contains a saphiril gem. Okay. And this is fortuitous divine water.
Yes, lucky.
Nice. By road 3. First chest contains a magical divine water.
Pay careful heed. That's no simple foe.
Alright.
You gonna
Take the
fight
steps
that?
up and grab a
Is it worth the
Diabolos
effort?
gem.
Fire!
Rare item inventory. Yay.
It's tough.
This should
Need
be
to
a
be careful.
spiritual divine water. Alright. And this would probably be a Goldia gem.
Treasure. Oh, I can
And that
smell
last
the
box over
riches.
there is a Zerum capsule.
That one.
Alright. Now we go to the underground freight lane. All the way over there. And it says there's 4 chests, which I do see 4 chests along the path.
Time to ride.
Like, barely any control in fast forward mode.
Careful. That one looks tough.
We'll need to be smart around that monster.
This one is probably a noble gem.
Curious to see what's in that chest
Alright.
myself.
Time to ride.
Chest we find here is a dragon incense. Alright.
Rare item inventory.
Time to ride.
Yay.
Next up is a freeze
We'll
4.
need to be smart around that monster.
Wonder who would put that chest there. Time to ride.
Enemy
Whoops.
approaching! Get ready!
Get out of here.
Gotta be.
It's tough. We'll need to be careful.
Skanda gem in this one.
Treasure. Oh, I can smell
Alright.
the riches.
According to this, that is all of the chests that are located inside of here. And according to this, there should be 28 chests remaining. So let's. Alright. 203 minus 175 is in fact 28. All we have to do is collect the remaining in the final dungeon. And I guess we'll have to beat the final dungeon in order to re-access the... Actually, no. We can just reload our last save once we get it. Now I want a save file that has all the master missions done. Okay. So... before the point of no return. And we will just skip everything like usual. Gotta go fast. I do not care. But I have to select. There. Perfectly split.
No way. It's impressive that Project Babel required constructing this thing without a single
Yeah,
person
the
noticing.
Retributive Tower 1
From what
contains
I can
nothing.
tell, the barrel and the system behind the
take care of
Divine
it.
Lightning is built in the local military factory.
They're chasing
Between
me.
its communications network
They're at
and
level.
stealth capabilities, it will pose a threat if left unchecked.
Which is why...
Yeah, there's none in the first section. When we reach the second section, we'll start finding some. Skeet.
Nadia. I have to get back to Nadia.
We will. Our paths have to cross somewhere down the line.
Yeah, still Retributive Tower 1.
Just have to have faith that it's there. And that we'll get there.
Yeah, I get it. Let's just keep going.
I hope everyone's doing okay. I'm so
Alright,
worried.
we're in Retributive
Ryan,
Tower 2.
Dudley, the chief. The list goes on.
I'll take care
How
of it.
shall we play?
Leave it to me.
Let's go.
Oh, we can't even shoot
Alright.
people down,
It's
so
my
it
turn.
doesn't even matter who we
Right now.
play as.
Damn
Alright,
thing
this
was-
is an Emerald Gem.
Right?
Right!
Dazzling Emerald Gem. Next one we
Don't
can
push your
find is
luck.
a Siriu
That
Gem,
enemy's
it looks
no
like.
joke.
Ooh, I see a treasure chest.
Alright, Siriu Quartz. Next up is a Spiritual Divine Water.
You don't see these every day.
Next one in plain view, a Tir-Al Balm.
Ooh, I like.
Next one at the next fork is your Marian Ore.
Let me have it.
Next up in plain view is a Celestial Balm EX.
That enemy appears rather formidable.
Next one is a Dazzling Esmos
Watch out.
Gem.
That one looks...
So dial it up.
Fuck off.
I won't let you!
Payback, hell!
How shall we play?
Engage!
They're in the out there.
There! Right. Yeah. Sorry.
Alright, Dazzling Esmos Gem.
Well, would you look at that?
Next one would be a Steel Bell. After this.
The battle outside is so intense.
It's a good reminder of just how many helped us get inside. We'll make sure their contributions aren't in vain. Let's keep moving.
Right.
And this is a Vital Divine Water.
Luck has served us well today.
Next one we could find is an Umbral Gaia Quartz.
Hope that chest has some nice stuff in it.
Next is a Fortuitous Divine Water in plain view.
Oh, I'm so glad we got this.
And then a Dazzling Saphriel Gem, and I'm gonna have to scroll down
What
because
an
I'm reaching the
adorable
bottom of the
treasure
page. Next chest in plain view is a bunch of healing stuffs.
strong foe. We'd best be wary.
Next up is a dazzling Carnelia
I
gem.
don't think that one will play nice.
Yep. Then we have a solar gyre as the next one, once we clear the way. We're missing some stuff in Retributive Tower 2 according to this. Well, huh. You could see if the next one's a solar gyre.
A treasure chest. Gimme, gimme.
Guy's wrong. Alright. Next up, we have a Zerum capsule.
This one is certainly
Next
worth holding
are
on
a few
to.
potions.
That monster's a major threat. Careful.
Alright, next chest is a dazzling Argam gem.
Treasure. I call dibs.
Next one is a dazzling golden gem.
We should be getting near the central terminal.
Yeah. Brace yourselves for anything.
Who's there? Careful, guys.
Alright. Next chest is an Astro Bell.
Take that one out with how strong it is.
Don't take that enemy lightly.
You see that treasure chest, I'm sure.
Magical Divine Water for this one over here.
Careful, okay? That monster looks strong.
Alright. We're on course. Okay. Now this should be a noble gem.
That one's bound to be a bad time.
Yep. Next is a powerful divine water. It's in plain
A
sight.
powerful foe. Best engage with care.
From here, head north. We get a brave soul over here.
Hey, that's pretty rare.
Next, we head west, which is just we turn right. Might as well flip the switch as well. This one is a Zeus gem.
I'm so drawn to
Yep.
that chest.
Should be a Mars gem, an EP charge 4, and a dragon incense. Those should be those last three chests.
I can tell we're almost at the central
I should
terminal.
not have missed any
Rufus and
chests.
the
I
others
should
must
not be
be
doing
close.
this, but here we are.
Hold on, Nadia. We'll be together again soon.
That's right. Chins up till we find him.
Oh, we're in luck, huh?
Pretty sure we can access the Reverie corridor after the elevator boss fight.
Better skip if we're
But
not.
that... Coffer Chaser opened all treasure boxes, excluding the Reverie corridor. That's all master missions done. Lover of Reverie. accomplished all master missions and received compensation. Feels good, man.
Everyone!
On guard.
It's me!
All right. Take my place.
I got this. Your ass is getting beat. They're all
All
gone.
right.
There! But
Don't need this guide anymore.
it's my turn.
Useless.
Sorry, but we got stuff to do. I don't care.
Anyway.
Let's go.
No choice.
I'm up. I'm up. It's my turn.
Ready?
This should do it. Alright, elevator done. We can re-access the Reverie corridor, as we do for the final boss fight, so we can do whatever grinding we would need to, if we ever needed to do any grinding, which we don't. We just have to view a couple of Daydreams.
Hey!
But with everything accomplished,
Central core activated.
report our
Confirming
RP.
rank points accumulated.
We can't get
Confirming
multiple
rank points
Kryptons.
accumulated.
There's only one thing left to do. We get to view the final Daydreams that are probably important for the plot of future games.
Slab of Reminiscence activated.
And we'll just go in order. First, look back to look forward.
The third stage of the Orpheus Final Plan, the Eternal Recurrence Plan. Far from demise, yet farther still from creation. One has but to face the spiral of all, false as it is true, by which the world revolves, to find a facade sincere as it is hollow. If one is to move forward, one must look back. Yet the choice must be done so with peril. For the answers one may not stand to bear.
Hey, look who it is.
Come on out. I know you're there.
To think it's been 10 years since you were here last. Not since I bestowed upon you and Lenhart your swords.
Adios herself. This is one of the cliche theories.
I would applaud finding your way here without Campanella's guidance. But it may have been a simple task, now that half of your memories have returned.
Sure was. Hell, I think I even got enough to figure out who you really are now. Of course, if I knew for sure, I'd probably have to kiss this form goodbye. It figures. No use pretending what happens in this world's got nothing to do with me anymore, I guess.
I'm afraid not. We will need you to fulfill your role as number one for a while. It is not number 0 nor any Anguis, but you, and only you, who can act as our guiding bonfire.
Works for me. I've gotten kind of attached to this place, so I don't mind sticking around. So, you got your eye on a new 7th Anguis to replace Steel?
You will meet when the time is right.
Ooh.
Though only they may ultimately decide if they are willing to carry such a heavy burden.
Really now?
If I could have a moment.
Man was listening in.
Well, if it isn't the guy who didn't think to ask before screwing around with someone's body.
I would never. How did he find out? You must forgive me for speaking up like this, Grandmaster. If I may, it concerns a most urgent report. And a question I have for you, McBurn.
Oh, yeah?
A simulation I had been reviewing of Elysium's deletion was forcibly terminated. I can only assume it was the work of an unknown party with zero relation to the Society, Foundation, or Church. You wouldn't happen to have an idea of who they would be, would you?
Why would I? Wait, maybe I do. It could be that new group the Oathbreaker was talking about.
The one operating out of Orid?
Pardon me for dropping in like this.
What?
That's the new president,
I
right?
think you were on the guest list.
What is Calvert's new president doing here? How? Did they get you in here? I saw that logo.
I have no direct connection with them, to be clear. I just had a source put me in touch with them through the CID. Their services didn't come cheap, but there's no easier way to get what you want than throwing a little mirror around. Now, is there?
Money talks.
Funny guy.
It's a great pleasure to meet you, Grand Master. And if you don't mind me saying so, I almost get the feeling you were expecting my arrival.
I was. I have reason to believe you will be the greatest obstacle to our next endeavor.
A compliment.
Nevertheless, welcome. And congratulations on your recent inauguration.
Why, thank you. Now, I'll make this brief. I come here with a proposal. For the next 2.5 years. I will not interfere in your next undertaking so long as you do not interfere in mine. Do we have a deal?
You!
Oh, wow.
I see. For all your many differences, few share your and the late Chancellor's gift for imposing negotiation. Very well, Mr. President. We shall not interfere in your scheme to test this world's potential for 2.5 years. In return, you will do the same for our eternal recurrence plan.
Excellent. I'm pleased we could come to a swift agreement. All other matters can be dealt with as they come, so long as you do not fall afoul of the Calvardian Constitution.
To be continued. Very interesting. The Cowherd Republic awaits next year, right? I'm excited that they're actually speeding up the localizations. Maybe eventually we'll get on a 1-year time gap. Anyway, that's all the achievements. But we do have one more thing to look at. I have no idea what this is, or what it could be. But it's our award for completing the end game. These are but minute fragments of memories drifting in an endless ocean. Memories of what will be in the near future. Could they be shadows of the tangled threads woven by Elysium? Or perhaps faded illusions that slip through the cracks of time and space? There are none who know the answer. I don't know what this is. Another hot springs paradise. January, year 1208 of the Septian calendar. Between two great mountains at the tip of a Calvardian basin sits Long Lai. The town is known for two things, being the eastern entrance to the Republic and its exceptional hot springs, though these enticing factors does it continue to welcome tourists hailing from both home and abroad. Also, we need to read the book. We didn't read the book. Moonless Morn, I think it was. Let's see. Home and abroad. Yet today, it served guests quite unlike its many unseasoned visitors. These had come from another renowned hot springs paradise situated in the northern reaches of Erebonia. Drawrings. The depth of flavor in the food here is just exquisite. Agreed, the Phoenix's food is certainly nothing to sneeze at, but I have my doubts the chef could replicate dishes this unique in taste. The Fish on Inn's reputation comes to precede itself. Baron Tio and Lady Lucia Schwarzer were sampling the inn's culinary delights, spirits high and stomachs filling fast. Their daughter Elise sat next to them, her spirit a bit lower by comparison as her brows furrowed with concern. I'm sure its luxuries come with just an equally luxurious price tag, and there's 4 of us, so even 2 nights must have cost a small fortune. Upon realizing what she said, she shook her head. I didn't mean to dampen the mood. I know we have the money. All my budgeting as student council president has made a terrible habit of me seeing the numbers and everything. Her older brother Reen couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Then the budget buster and you will like how much we saved, because we're not here as paying customers. We were invited by the owners personally. They said they wanted to get to know us since we run similar establishments. So here we are, and we'll be inviting them to Ymir sooner than later, of course. Right, Dad? Oh, absolutely. Add this to the list of boons coming from our countries finally coming to terms with one another. The Republic is reveling in unheard of levels of prosperity, and the relations between our people are more active and festive than ever. I, for one, welcome any opportunity to further foster friendship. The Baron took another healthy sip of his baijiu before continuing. Friendship over fighting, I say. Such a shame that the world tends to overcomplicate that simple concept. Seeing her husband's glass was almost empty, Lucia filled it to the brim while adding her own thoughts. That's all the more reason why we need to make the most of this invitation and enjoy ourselves to the fullest. The children nodded in agreement. And even that aside, there's no reason to spoil a family vacation when we so rarely have time to take them. Oh, I read about some unusual dishes we're trying here. Would you like to share some with me, Reen? In a bit, I'm thinking of taking another soak in the hot springs, so I might be in the mood for something sweet after. The food here is delicious, but as far as I'm concerned, the hot springs are the real star of the show. That's my boy right there. The ruling lord of the hot springs paradise would never let a good discussion about them pass him by. He was as fond as their quality and soothing effects as Reen. Enthusiasm undeniably apparent from the warmth of his tone to the width of his smile. Their medicinal springs happen to be a favorite of mine. I can't help but be fascinated by them time and time again. I can believe it. I've always known about them, but here's the first place I've been able to feel the way they warm you right to your core. Think we could make one available at the Phoenix Wings? Be worth a try, but that comes with its own obstacles. For as many problems as Tio expressed in practical terms, Reen held just as many proposed solutions. The conversation grew more involved by the minute, leaving the ladies of the house to pleasedly bask in their glow and continue enjoying the meal before them. All four felt the same, that it had been too long since they could enjoy each other's company, but the wait had been well worth it. That night, after indulging in his post-dinner soak in the springs and telling his family he was going for a walk, Reen departed the inn. Alright, let's do this. He took in a deep breath, the crisp night air of Long Lai filling his lungs. The hot springs were an excellent bonus to his trip, to be sure, but it was not the real reason he agreed to visit. The master, right? Ka-Fai? He had come in search of Yun Ka-Fai, the famed sword hermit. Master Ka-Fai was the founder of the 8 Leaves 1 Blade School, of which Reen was a practitioner, and although now over 70 years old, he was still regarded as one of the strongest combatants on the continent. They had not met since before Reen's enrollment at Thor's. Many a letter was exchanged during the 4 years that followed, but even they had stopped after Reen earned the right to call himself a divine blade over a year ago. There was so very much he wished to discuss with his master. What he had learned in his 4 years of traveling, what had transpired since becoming a divine blade, the true meaning behind the final blade to master the 8 Leaves. There's plenty I'd like to ask that have nothing to do with swordsmanship, too. All these questions, all impossible to answer without first knowing the whereabouts of a single individual. Even a senior practitioner like Cassius Bright claimed ignorance, having received not a single update from their old master. He had always been an elusive but traceable sort, but wherever he was now, he was next to impossible to track. That was, until word of a blade master being sighted in Long Lai reached Reen's ears. The man held a fondness for the town's specialties, those being the hot springs and its fragrant tea leaves, making the sighting worthy of particular note. He also knew from the letters before they stopped that he intended to journey eastward, making Long Lai one of the more plausible stopping points. Word came to him just as the Schwarzers were invited to stay at the inn during their New Year vacation. Reen's instincts told him the timing was a little too fortunate, but with how vague the lead was, even it would most likely result in him leaving the same as he had arrived. While he had not discussed the rumor being key to his traveling there, his family seemed to sense it was more than a simple pleasure trip for him. I know Dad would have a great time catching up with them, but I don't want to get his hopes up for nothing. These thoughts in mind, Reen made his way through the night streets. Getting some visual novels. This is our reward for beating the endgame. Long Lai's architecture was distinctly Eastern, making it a uniquely intriguing sight among most of Calvert's towns and cities. This was not to say it was similar to Crossbow's East Street. With subtle colors paired with dignified beauty, every wall and stone exuded the traditional concept of wabi-sabi. One look was enough to understand the region was rich with history. This quiet charm would give way to contrastly lively evenings, where tourists both westward and farther eastward were greeted to stalls dedicated to the hot springs and more. This, too, held a traditional sort of charm. Reen asked several merchants if they had information pertaining to the whereabouts of his master, somewhat sheepishly purchasing a number of souvenirs from their stalls to keep himself from being a nuisance. They, he justified, would make excellent gifts for his friends, his co-workers, and his students. Casual Reen. Can't believe it's almost time for them to graduate. I might be more emotional about theirs than I was for mine. Can't believe it's almost... for the first time, Reen would get to experience what it was like. I got used to the leading and re-scrolling of new text. For the first time, Reen would get to experience what it was like for the young birds he had taken under his wing for 2 years to finally leave the nest. Their first year had been eventful, to say the least. What had started as a problem class full of disagreements and mounting tension had slowly grown into one of compassion and understanding for one another. It was with each new discovery about themselves and every new ordeal the world sought to impose upon them that they grew not only as individuals, but as a team. He hoped this period would remain as much a meaningful part of their lives as it would always be for him. The months before the Retributive Tower's appearance held many a trial, making the 10 months that followed in its shadow pass all too quickly. In that time, Green students continued to mature, building on everything they accomplished in their first year to prepare for and settle into their desired future. Indeed, whether it was by overcoming their demons or by learning to work with them in a healthier fashion, their paths up till now had been well worn, and while they may have had to rest from time to time, he was proud to be a part of why their steps continued to face forward. Proud, but also lonely at the thought of saying goodbye. As their second year drew to a close, lacking in grandiose events but still rewarding in its own right, it was this mixture of emotions that bore conflict within him most. Can't believe I'm going through it all over again next year and even the year after that. Hell of a career I chose to pursue, huh? He didn't know when he stopped walking. He didn't know when he stopped walking. Realizing this, he resumed his search, paying respect and mind to the many generations of educators who came before him. No matter where he looked, he could not find Master Kao-Fai and Long Lai. It was, however, still too early to say whether the trip had been in vain, as he had at least caught an unverified report of the Blade Master being seen in the mountains to the south. Wandering such terrain at night wasn't going to be ideal, but Reen was already firm on spending the next day with his family. Tonight it would have to be. Making a brief stop to the inn to tuck his souvenirs somewhere secure, he then departed for his new destination. Bamboo forests. The mountains' winding, half-beaten trails would be more treacherous at night, but they were not off limits as such. The key, Reen knew, would be to not rely on sight alone. His senses of hearing and smell, perhaps even touch, were going to be equally vital in the hours ahead. Calling upon his experience and intellect to heighten all 5 senses, he took in his surroundings in full. This really takes me back to training in the mountains. To call the experience training would imply his time being one of this. To call the experience training would imply his time being one of simple tutelage between student and master, but it equated to so much more. The danger then was far worse than it was now, with some days requiring him to set foot in highly dangerous territories just to find the day's food to survive. Sounds like the Kunlun Mountains may have been used for a similar exercise a long time ago. Reen was certain to think on the information gained during his search as he continued along the trail. Searching for evidence of human activity in an environment like this was not a difficult task. Humans always leave something indicative of their presence behind that no wild creature would, be it a long dead fire, footprints, or traces of going on the hunt. One need only follow the light to lead to their source. Reen did so, advancing with the caution instilled in him by both his old master and hunting enthusiast of a father. They soon led him precisely to clear evidence that a human had been in the area, though the evidence itself was far from what he expected. Remains of a camp? No, it didn't look like it had been left by martial artists training or roaming hunters. But the most peculiar thing was that there were multiple sites like the first, all evenly spaced from one to the next. Sounds like a military scouting exercise. It was as though something was being measured. Maybe this is from a group of scholars doing field research? It seems too large in scale for that. There's nothing more to be found here. Reen advanced. Soon after, he found another unusual mound of evidence. It's like someone forced their way through here in a car, or more like hacked open a path wide enough for a car to pass through. All further inspection here suggested that whoever was responsible had given up on this endeavor, leading him to wonder if they somehow found success elsewhere. And if they did, why had they done this at all? The question pestered him. If there was anywhere to clear wide paths, the remote depths of the mountains certainly were not it, but instinct told him he was only a step away from discovering the answer. If I keep following this trail a little farther... At this thought, Rean sensed someone approaching. One person. 2 people. Yes, there were 2. And it was clear they were aware of his presence as well. Only for a fleeting second did he think they might be the ones responsible for the strange trails, but a deadly tension that now thickened the air told him these were no simple scholars. He felt them draw near, the night veiling themselves well, and then he felt them stop. "How about you show yourselves?" He spoke without placing his hand on his tachi, signifying to those watching that he had no desire to fight. Their silhouettes then silently emerged from the darkest shadows of the mountains. They looked very much like the shinobi of the east he had heard about, their forms clad from top to bottom in black garments and their faces fully obscured. Ninjas. "I see your insight poses a threat after all, divine blade of the Empire. The contract with our client has yet to begin, but we will make an exception for one among their list of dangerous persons." Their silhouettes then charged. They caught him completely off guard, drawing short, straight blades to attack him as they narrowed in. Rean's eyes widened in surprise, but nearly in that same moment, he was in a fighting stance, hand over his still sheathed tachi. 5th form, Morning Moon. He perceived the direction of his foe's attacks to evade them, then mounted a counterattack of his own. All it took was that instant to repel their assault and leave them vulnerable. Ordinarily, this would be the time to take the offensive, but all Rean could do was stare at the 2 with disbelief. "Thought entered my mind as I saw you move, but now that we've crossed blades..." He paused, the disbelief in his eyes giving way to a more intent gaze. "Are you... practitioners of the 8 Leaf School?" Another pause, this time from the silhouettes before answering as though they were well aware of the question was coming. "No, though we do possess ties to the school. We are of the Ikaruga, practitioners of the Black God One Blade School." Edgy as hell. The what? Rean was left stunned. The 2 Ikaruga held their blades horizontally, ready to thrust them forward at any moment. It was as though they wanted to make clear that while they had been caught off guard once, he would not be so fortunate twice. Rean responded by assuming the middle stance with his tachi. But just as his sides were only a beat away from engaging in battle. What could only be described as a black cyclone roared from the darkness at such speed that it seemed certain to slice anything it touched. Its appearance caught Rean by surprise more than the initial attacks by the silhouettes. He had not suspected an attack from that angle, that distance, or even that moment. His enemies, on the other hand, did not so much as flinch at the sight. The approaching blade, over an arch and a half in length, was heading directly for Rean's back. He couldn't possibly dodge it now. Is it Risha? Perhaps he should have noticed. Perhaps it was impossible to notice. Whatever the answer, the divine blade of the Empire would soon fall. Silhouettes waited for his final moments to be convinced of... Phyllis waited in for his final moments to be convinced of no other fate in this future. When Rean spun his body in a full circle, applying the intensity built into his tachi from the motion to swing, the blow made was weighted yet precise, shifting the incoming blade to a new direction without mitigating its near overpowering force. This technique was an application of the first form, Helix. There was no greater course in the movement than to use it to redirect the attack without it ever making direct contact. The spinning blade was now significantly off its intended course, but Rean slashed at it again, birthing a shockwave that further shifted its path. The blade went flying hairs to the right of the direction it had come from. A hand was there to deftly catch it midair. Nope. Okay, so it's one of those... I don't know what you call it. Chakram. Sorta. But not quite. You may have only recently taken the title, but you are worthy of being called a divine blade all the same. You use the unclouded eye well. From this hand emerged a new figure from the darkness. While he was clad in similar garments to the silhouettes, something about his presence was much more inspired by comparison. His musculature was thoroughly discernible beneath his body, hovering beneath his body-covering fortified suit. His every movement, however slight, reflected a complete lack of hesitation, and the faint light of his eyes, visible through his mask, projected no emotion whatsoever. The man possessed the aura of a true warrior, one projected only by those who have fought more battles than was possible to count. Fall back. He's too formidable a foe for you to handle. The silhouette slid into the darkness in an instant. Only the new arrival was left to face Reen. I need to know, who are you and why did you attack me? Our contract forbids the disclosure of such information. You will leave this place now, fledgling Divine Blade. His tone was not one of advice, nor one of an order. It was as if the man were stating a fact, his calmness unveiling an undertone of malice that told Reen what would happen if he did not do as he was told. I'm afraid I can't do that without an explanation. Not when I haven't found what I'm looking for yet. I understand that. There was no longer anything to discuss. All they could do was battle. I, Kurogane of the Rogetsu School, shall be your opponent. Kurogane stood at attention, the large blade he had thrown before now pointed. I'd have rather settled this with words, but I can see that's not an option. Reen sighed, taking his own stance in turn. Then, Reen Schwarzer, master of the 8 Leaves 1 Blade School's 7th form, shall be yours. Oh, that's Reen saying that. The Divine Blade moved instantly. The bizarre weapon Kurogane wielded was less akin to a sword, and more 4 equally sized blades arranged in the shape of a cross, their bases connecting to a single point. That he could direct this large weighted shuriken as though it were a simple child's toy spoke volumes of how strong he was. Still, even it was not infallible, for it was not one to be ideally used in close-range combat. Kurogane appeared to have no other key weapons on hand either, meaning that if Reen could force him to fight where he would be at his most disadvantageous, he would likely come out of this the victor. This was what he had in mind when choosing to act first. Second form, Gale! Yeah. The busted move, although we stopped using it later on because it's less useful and everything is immune to attack delay. He closed the gap between them, drew his blade, and made a wide swing towards his opponent in the blink of an eye. Kurogane blocked the blow with ease. That, however, meant nothing in the larger scheme of things. Reen knew well this man's capabilities. So long as the gap between them was closed, and it was, he considered the attack a success. But just as he would be able to push onward and overpower his foe by mounting a newly fierce assault, Kurogane had split his cross-shaped shuriken in half. The ease at which he did made it clear this was intended by design. Now he has dual blades. He can dual-wield double sabers? There was no hiding his shock. In the West, double sabers were seen as relics from the Dark Ages that were difficult to utilize. Crow was the only person Reen knew who was competent with one, and only one. The skill it would take to use two was almost too difficult to fathom. His surprise created an opening that Kurogane was not going to let pass unexploited. Possessing twin two-ended blades allowed this shinobi to perform considerably more strikes than Reen, giving him no chance to push back. Steels sparked as their weapons clashed. Kurogane was dominant for some time, but he could do nothing to bolster his advantage. With strike and spark after strike and spark, the advantage was moving back to Reen. This was in part to him being used to fighting this weapon that defied rationale, but it was also because he had been given time to find what he was looking for, the perfect range in which to attack. Double sabers were forged with shorter reach than they appeared to have, something inevitable due to their handle being in the middle. It could have been because he also used them as shuriken, but the length of Kurogane's sabers are even shorter than Crow's, meaning Reen would have to adjust with the longer length of his blade. He measured patiently, staying only just out of Kurogane's reach and evading the onslaught by a hair's breadth each time prior to countering. It was calculated quickly thanks to Kurogane's frequent rapid attacks, meaning all Reen had to do now was wait for the right moment. This moment would come in the form of his opponent showing impatience for this stalled battle, driving him to take an unneeded step forward. Reen evaded the strike expertly, instantly returning it with an upward diagonal slash. The forceful swing of his Tachi made contact with the handle of Kuragane's own swung weapon, knocking it clean out of his hand. Rin dashed forward to make use of this availed opportunity, but only after a flicker of bewilderment, Kuragane moved to deny him. He blocked Rin's attack with the double saber still in his possession, then hurled a hidden kunai with his free hand, jumping backward a significant distance while doing so. Very good, Divine Blade of the Eight Leaves. You may pale to the skills of our princess, but you without a doubt deserve your reputation. Princess? Rin's intonation when answered as Kuragane took a notably different stance as before. I shall demonstrate my respect for your skill with my finest technique. This put Rin staunchly on guard. Senses heightened, he focused every nerve in his body, fixing his eyes on whatever was to come of Kuragane, who was now gone. Nothing remained where Rin's opponent had just stood. He hadn't taken his eyes off him, never eased himself for a moment, yet Kuragane was nowhere to be seen. How? Had he moved that quickly? Was it some kind of spatial translocation? But there was no signs to indicate either one. Was it that he had never moved at all and was still there, sight unseen? No, it wasn't that either. The double saber Rin had repelled to the ground was also gone. I can still sense him, so he hasn't gone far. Rin suppressed the panic welling up within, honing his senses a second time. That was when another black cyclone swirled toward him from the shadows. He half expected something of this nature, so with a little deviation he was able to deflect it as he did the first time. The attack indicated that Kuragane reassembled his shuriken after recovering its lost half so he could throw it again. It also indicated, together with the slight changes in his surroundings, where he was now positioned. Rin needed a little more time to know where he was for certain. But, ahead of making a solid conclusion, the cyclone came at him yet again from a new angle. That was fast. Though he blocked this attack as well as the last, before he could fully correct his posture, the next cyclone approached. The gap between was getting shorter and shorter. Why won't you dodge? There was another, and the time was shorter, and another, shorter. Soon, these assorted smaller cyclones are seemingly growing into a blended grand storm of death with Rin trapped at its center. This doesn't feel like I'm being attacked by a single person. Did he make phantom copies of himself? He had no idea where the next cyclone would form, and by the time he located it, the next one was ready. Even the unclouded eye wasn't going to be enough for him to deduce Kuragane's location. He had been able to repel every blade that met with his so far, but that was growing increasingly difficult. I didn't want to use it, but I'm not sure I have a choice. Spear unification. Well aware that doing so would place him in danger, Rin took his mind off the battle. He gave up blocking and evading attacks, dedicating the bare minimum of his focus to not sustaining lethal blows and focusing his mind inward. He focused on the power that he had long cultivated inside of himself, the power he had feared, loathed, and rejected, the power he now relied on, desired, and nearly surrendered himself to, the power he faced with his loved ones at his side, making it a true part of himself. With his mind clear as day, he unleashed his full strength. Enlightened spirit unification. He imbued his Tachi with the great power surging out of him, crying out as he did so, spinning his body forcibly around to create a bladed circle around him. The energy released by his Tachi repelled all forthcoming shuriken with ease, and with them, Kuragane's phantom copies lurking in the darkness faded to nothing. At that, there you are, he charged towards Kuragane. The man was thoroughly overwhelmed by Rin's sudden counterattack, throwing him completely off balance. There was nothing he could do to repel what would come next. It's time to settle this. Rin swung his Tachi downward while pouring all of his might into a final single strike, but just as the two felt the battle was coming to an end. Zeroth form, duality. That's the, that's the unarmed form, right? Accompanied with a voice as beautiful as a bell was a slash tearing through the sky, its color so black it threatened to eclipse the moon. It effortlessly stopped Rin's weapon from reaching its target. But that wasn't all. What? With a high-pitched metallic sound, Reen's beloved Tachi was sundered cleanly in two. Princess. Kuragane was also taken aback by this new arrival. I had heard what was happening from both our scouts. You could have invited me to join the fun instead of keeping it all to yourself. The words as she chided Kuragane indicated dissatisfaction, but the music of her tone betrayed her excitement. Reen made to see who this mysterious figure was. No idea. And the sight of her alone took his breath away. She was young, wearing a fortified suit that looked to be a marriage of classical and modern Eastern styles, with long silver hair that almost appeared to glow in the pale moonlight. Her age was likely close to Reen's, perhaps a little younger, with well-defined features that still held traces of adolescence, appearing strikingly in contrast to the empty void behind her eyes. There was the air of a younger noblewoman who had been sheltered from impurities all her life, and the stench of a baleful warrior who had bathed in the blood of countless lives. How she was both and neither at once, Reen could not understand, but it was this very quality that made her all the more captivating and dangerous. In the woman's left hand was a large, black, engraved blade that threatened to freeze him for daring a glance at it. No doubt it was what halved Reen's Tachi moments ago. What did... Reen fumbled for words as he clutched the useless handle tightly in his hand. The fair-haired woman only smiled as she looked down upon it. Your weapon was very fine, but it was never any match for my friend, I'm afraid. She spun the black blade in her hands around gently before holding it up toward the night sky to seemingly display it with pride. It wasn't hard to see why she would boast about possessing such a weapon. He had seen many a blade of historical significance, but instinct told him that hers was better than any of those. It's a weapon of the divergent laws, isn't it? The blunt side featured an intricate design of deep gray, that while he could not discern its meaning there and then, he knew it was nothing less than a work of art. There was an aura about it, one as cold as ice, that seemed to reject its worldly surroundings, making it capable of cutting through anything it so desired. It came in company with a beautiful hilt of deep red that contrasted its body without feeling out of place. The juxtaposition was, in a sense, much a reflection of its wielder, with the two opposing natures being distinctive, yet also as one. Reen thought as he observed, her blade was clearly something special, but that alone did not explain the strength behind her attack. He had never heard the technique she used, but it was certainly connected to the 8 leaves in some way, and the skill she showed in executing it made her equal to a divine blade. He was so fixated on as these thoughts rushed through his mind that he was only brought out by her sudden laughter. I didn't think I'd ever meet you here. I wonder if our old master is behind guiding us to the same place. Or if it's just a happy coincidence. Wait. The manner in which she spoke and her familiarity with Reen gave him a theory. That technique you just used really was something. Consider me intrigued. It's put you a league above more interesting than our senior practitioners. So he was right. Are you? Before he could hear what he already knew, she turned away, refusing to let him finish the question. He isn't here, so why don't you run on back to your family? Go and make the most of your vacation. Just don't let your skill with a blade slip. The world will need it again one day. She spoke with a certain satisfaction as she pointed down to the other half of this broken blade. She then leaped high, seemingly disappearing on the other side of the moon. Reen could only stare dumbfounded as she vanished. He couldn't even speak. Kuragane left with her. Ikaruga, the Black God One Blade School, and our senior practitioners. Reed had been unable to fulfill his objective, and not just that, he was left with countless new questions about the people he encountered and the mountain itself. He felt there was meaning behind being guided to this specific place, but how important it was, or what it entailed, he did not know. And yet, the person responsible for discerning that won't be me. Looking down on his Tachi, he was struck anew with how massive the world truly was. And he realized that now that his master was confirmed to be elsewhere, The purpose of his visit to Long Lai was nothing more than to enjoy a wonderful, ordinary vacation with his family. This meeting here was but a peculiar coincidence. For now, at least. When I get back, I'll need to reforge my Tachi. And myself. Something stirred in this region, all across Calvard, but there was nothing he could do about that as he was. All he could focus on was training and bettering himself, so he could one day play a part against the next threat that loomed over the distant horizon. New resolve welling in his soul, he made his way through the now still mountain trail, back to where his loving family awaited. Hot Springs Paradise, the end. Interesting. Give me a second. I need to drag a I need to drag a dog back to his bed. Don't you dare move to the center of the bed. Just there. Just relax. We have more reading to do. All right. An unconventional student. April, year 1208 of the Septian calendar. Aramis Academy is a famous educational institution in the Calvardian capital of Edith. The name derives from an artist central to Calvard's democratic revolution 100 years ago. This was also reflected in its goal of nurturing new talent and helping to forge a brighter future for a new republic. The Academy placed great value on traditional education, of course, but it also encouraged the perspectives of new cultures and values, attracting many an independent mind from across Lemuria. It was a storied place of learning that reflected the Republic's views as a whole. This story, for its part, begins not long after the springtime festival held yearly to welcome the new student body. It was just another morning at the Academy, countless students shuffling through its grounds, when one of them in particular happened to draw an unusual amount of attention. The young lady had soft violet hair, crowned with a black ribbon, its wren. Her figure had been cut very respectably as she matured into a young woman of 17 years, and yet her face still held traces of girlhood days bygone. The beauty she was, she never failed to turn inquisitive heads as she strolled along. Yeah, we know she shows up in Trails Through Daybreak. Her name was Wren Bright. She was a second-year student from Genus Royal Academy in Liberl, now studying at Aramis as part of an exchange program. She had only just arrived in the spring. Wren's goal in attending was not to further her education. She had been considered highly gifted since she was a child, having already earned several doctorates in her past years, and there was little more a new academy could reasonably teach her. Her goal, in reality, was to use it as a front to operate freely in Calvard. It was hard to find one better than being a student. She already found the role relatively foolproof during her time at Genus. Even if there were limits to how much a student could get away with, society as a whole was soft on school children. To move freely would also require drawing as little attention as possible. She aimed to conduct herself modestly, as any elegant young lady who wished to remain unseen should during her time at Aramis. There was just one very big problem with this plan. Good morning, Miss Bright. Isn't she just gorgeous? Look, I see her. She's so beautiful, and everyone says she's just as smart, too. All she had to do was walk down the hall to be showered with greetings and whispers of envy and admiration. Her looks alone were already enough to make her the talk of the school, but after one of the teachers let slip that she received a perfect score on her entrance exam, there was suddenly not a single person who didn't know her name. The other students cared not how much she wanted to avoid drawing attention. She was getting it whether she liked it or not. Naturally, not everyone was pleased with the booming popularity this new transfer student had attained in less than a month. While most were busy fawning over Wren's arrival that morning, another group watched the charade unfold from the shadows, echoing audible tuts of displeasure. Ren had yet to be enrolled in any clubs, so as soon as the day's lessons had come to an end, she packed her belongings and stood to leave. A word, if I may, Miss Bright. It was a fellow classmate, surrounded by a small faction of students clearly loyal to their King Bee. Oh, hoity-toity noble-looking dude. Certainly. Though instinct told her this was not going to be a conversation she wanted to have, she made an effort to pretend otherwise. She would not be provoked into behaving as anything but a mature, modest young lady. I've been wanting to get to know you better for some time now, you see, so I was wondering if you might join me for dinner this evening. The boy, Roland Griffith, presented a gentlemanly smile. Ren was very much used to being asked out like this, and never once did she accept. She always made up some excuse to turn them down. Today would be no different. I'm ever so sorry, but I'm afraid I have something urgent to take care of after school today. Some other time, perhaps. This was usually enough to get them to give up, but Roland was a persistent one. Well, that won't do. I have something very important to discuss with you, and I've already booked us a table at a very fine restaurant so we can discuss in detail. Is there really no way your business can wait? There was something ominous about his smile. Ren couldn't help but be curious what he was thinking. I'm afraid I can't. I'm so sorry after you've gone out of your way to prepare ahead of time. Still, I could spare a little time now, so I'd be happy to talk here if that's alright. So not tonight then. A pity. Ronald's tone read one less of genuine sadness, and more irritation that things were not going according to plan. Well aware that he let slip his true feelings on the matter, he quickly composed himself and smiled. Now is better than ever, I suppose. This does concern everyone in the room, so perhaps it's all for the better said here. To this, Ren glanced around the room, noticing that only she, Ronald, and his lackeys were all who remained. Most were likely on their way home or in their respective clubs. While some would have ordinarily been in the classroom at this hour, she was certain none wanted anything to do with Roland and his group. He took a step toward her, then began to speak. I'm well aware, Miss Bright, that you have come all the way from distant Liberl to be here. It's not unusual for students to transfer from afar for family reasons. But I hear in your case, you came to Calvert just to learn in these hallowed halls. I cannot help but deeply be admired. I cannot help but to deeply admire your spirit and thirst for knowledge. That's not a correct sentence. Someone should fix that. Pure theatrics, this one. At the same time, I worry about you, brilliant you may be, but living alone in a far-off land must be a terribly lonely and challenging affair. We all need someone to depend on in our lives, and that would be especially so in your situation. So, if you don't mind me saying so, Miss Bright, I believe you're in need of someone to look after you, protect you. She does not need protecting, my friend. At last, he shut up, giving Ren a chance to respond. She scrutinized him closely. In short, you'd like for me to join your circle of friends, correct? Roland's smarmy smile broadened. His father was a senator in the Republic's parliament, meaning he held a significant amount of political power. His son used this to his full advantage ever since joining the academy. Roland had used his father's name to form a faction of sorts among the students, forcibly building his reputation until he was the leading candidate for student council president in the election staged in half a month's time. His goal, Ren assumed, was to bring the hottest talk of the academy into his faction to further secure his chances of victory. I think you'll find that joining us would help you feel much more secure and at home here. Or perhaps you don't yet appreciate just how much of a difference having someone like me backing you would make on the life of an exchange student. True, she mused inwardly. Being in a group of high social standing would make it easier for her to gather information. If she could leverage his father's connections to build more of her own, that would pay itself in dividends in the days to come. The pompous boy had no way of knowing the actual circumstances that brought her to Aramis, but his proposal was in fact very beneficial to her. She returned his smile with a modest one of her own as she answered. You're kind to think so much of me, but I'm afraid I'll have to decline. Clear, unambiguous rejection. Roland's lips were still curled into a smile, but he could not hide the twitch in his brow, nor could his lackeys hide their shock. They had, by all accounts, expected her to answer the opposite. Are you sure you won't reconsider, Miss Bright? Surely someone as brilliant as yourself can see why accepting my offer would be in your best interests. I fear if you don't know, you may, well, come to regret it. The last words were a hair slower and deliberate to intimidate her. Ren, of course, was never going to fall for it. I'll admit, it is a tempting proposal, tempting enough to inspire one to consider helping a certain someone win the student council election. If only that someone weren't you. What did you just say? The sudden taunt caught him completely off guard, resulting in a flare of irritation escaping him. Ren, for her part, was unruffled by the exchange. I imagine you don't need me to explain why, but I will to be sure. I've been very aware that the threatening glares I always attract on the way to school every morning have been coming from all of you. They've been a constant in my life ever since just before the festival. All were flabbergasted by the statement, their silence confirming what she said to be true. She continued. Now, you have every right to regard me with caution. I'm well aware of how much I stand up despite my best efforts. Taking potential threats under your own wing is a strategically sound move, too. However, that your target was so easily able to see through your scheme shows everyone here just how inept you really are. I have better things to do than to assist someone so incompetent and small-minded. With a shrug and a sigh, in a somewhat dramatic fashion, Ren stood before Ronald, his shoulders trembling from rage. Good day to you all. Ren gave a courteous nod of acknowledgement before leaving the room, paying no mind to the wide eyes and open slack jaws she left behind. So, Agate ended up getting pretty beat up from another one of Mom's crazy jobs she threw at him. Why are we moving on to Tita? Okay. We did get some good data out of it, but ouch. Mom is always so funny. The night in the dormitory, Ren and Tita were engrossed in deep conversation through their laptops. Got it. It's always the same old with all of you. I'm surprised there's anything of Agate left with how often you tell me she has had him nearly facing death. You two are in a rut. I know something that could spice things up. Maybe try adding a little romance to the mix, like a couple of bright-eyed lovebirds we know. But we have agreed to go somewhere next week, so we're not in a complete rut. Well, isn't that something? The stairs to adulthood await you, my dear friend. Ren. Tita graduated from the branch campus in Erebonia just as Ren left for Calvard, leaving them no time to spend with one another in person. We got a classic, like, Apple-style laptops now. Technology advances fast. That wasn't ideal, of course, but from a hint of sadness came the habit of talking like this once a week so they could stay in each other's lives. They discussed anything, from their new lives and environments to the fruits of their research, occasionally stumbling into a serious topical matter or two along the way. Sounds like a legal confrontation between the Verne Company and Epstein Foundation is inevitable at this point. I know, I can't believe this is really happening. Both frowned at their screens. A recent development concerning the Calvardian industrial giant Verne Company had become a key source of concern for them of late. Oh yeah, that's the other disciple, isn't it? It began soon after Crossbow returned to normalcy after the Supreme Leader's takeover the previous year. Professor Erica Russell approached the Verne Company to propose that they join the West Sumerian Tech Union that she had been hard at work forming, and to no one's surprise, they refused. Before Erica and the rest of the engineers involved could finish getting ready to go and change Verne's mind, something happened to make the Union the least of anyone's priorities. The independent development of a new generation of ornaments and their generations-long partner in the subsect technology, the Epstein Foundation, would not be a collaborator. The latter had been key supporters of Zemuria's orbment development and orbital technology in general since their very inception. Battle orbments were no exception to this. The Foundation had known their way around. The Foundation had known their way around them since the very first model, drafting the incredible concept that had been used as a base ever since. Even the Reinford Company, before the Battle of Jormungand, had not thought to develop their Arcus models on their own, instead favoring to develop them in partnership with the Storied Institute. The announcement was quite simply unprecedented, and it sent shockwaves throughout the industry. The Epstein Foundation was also less than pleased about being cast aside in this manner. While there were certainly legal concerns regarding who owned the patent to this technology, the greater concern was that their stable position in the industry as a whole was now becoming unstable. They initially responded by attempting to resolve this through peaceful means, but when those attempts proved fruitless, it was reported that they were preparing for what could only be an ugly international legal dispute. I'd say Vern has the upper hand if this ever makes it to court. Unlike their previous Ramda ordnance, this 6th generation is designed to set a whole new standard. All of its main features are packed with new tech, with some new features still being kept under wraps. Wonder what those are. What could they be trying to develop that's important enough to ruin their relationship with the Foundation? Though I heard about the government telling the Vern Company to focus more on weapons development. I have too. It sounds like they're planning to significantly revamp the military's weaponry. The official story is that they're planning on slimming the military down, but if they're planning on pairing that with the latest in weapons development, then they're still just as powerful, maybe more so. As part of the war's ceasefire agreement, Ereboni was required to downsize their military, bringing it more in line with that of Calvard's. Yet if the Republic were to expand the capabilities of its military, this recently forced equilibrium in superpowers would be quickly broken. Whatever may be true, I've got a lot of questions I need answers to. Maybe it'd be worth visiting the Vern Company headquarters in Basel at some point. You haven't learned anything more about where Professor Hamilton is at the moment, right? Nothing new or concrete at least, but it sounds like she's continuing her research eastward. But I haven't heard anything more specific than that. Mom and Grandpa haven't had any luck in contacting her either. I'm not surprised, since that area isn't very well connected, but it's still unfortunate. She's a lot more personable than Professor Schmidt, so having her on our side would help a lot. Tita could only laugh. Yeah, there's a lot of worrying stories that there's a lot of worrying stories going around now about PMCs and stuff like that. What's a PMC? Private military company. Alright. Makes me wonder if none of this would even be happening if she was still acting as advisor for the Vern Company. The deeper into the conversation they went, the more Tita could feel her spirit sinking. The political climate in Western Zemuria was unusually stable at the moment, with its nations basking in prosperity. But she could not shake off the feeling that this peace was built over rotting wood, and that it could all come crashing down with but the slightest provocation. This was becoming especially true in the tech world, as it had undergone rapid growth in recent years compared to other fields, so rapid in fact that no base could possibly sustain its sudden weight without cracks beginning to form. Try not to dwell too much on the worst case scenario, Tita. This peace might rest on a nice edge, but there's still plenty we could do to preserve it. That's why I'm here right now, and that's also why you're working so hard too. We could find a million problems in the world if we wanted, but pessimism isn't going to make them go away, right? Words filled Tita with the right amount of comfort she needed in that precise moment. Yeah, I guess you're right, hee hee. Thanks, Ren. Politics. They continued on, losing track of time as they talked well into the night. Before they knew it, the clock had struck 12. Well, it's getting really late, so I should probably be going. I'll talk to you soon, okay? Alright, good night, Tita. Night. Oh, Tita suddenly remembered something. The exclamation stopped Ren just as she was about to end the call. Stella and Joshua told me to ask if you're doing okay in school. Those two always worry too much. You'd think I wasn't talking to them, too. She couldn't help but remember her interaction with Ronald after class, but Ren quickly drove the thought from her mind. It wasn't worth dredging up. Tell them they can rest easy. Everything's fine. Good. They wanted me to let them know if you were being bullied so they could fly over and help. Ren could only sigh. Honestly, do they think I can't keep myself safe from a few schoolyard bullies? Actually, they said they were more worried about what you do to them than what they do to you. Dang it, the dog got to the other side of the bed again. Oh well, I'm reading. At her friend's silence, Tita couldn't help but burst out laughing. I worry about you too, obviously, but they're probably right. How awful of you. Even if that were to happen to me, I wouldn't do half of what you're imagining. Not anymore, anyway. See, it's saying that kind of thing that makes people worry. I'm a lady now. I need the magnanimity to forgive the transgressions of others. I'm also trying to do what I can to avoid standing out too much at school. You can try, but I think that's always been a lost cause. Anyway, now I'm really going to go before I remember anything else. Say hi to Zin for me if you run into him. I'm planning to go and see him when everything calms down here, so will do. I've been meaning to go and see someone else I've been indebted to in the past, too. By the time the two of them had finished talking and ended the call, one day had given way to the next. The morning dawned yet another day of school. However, just as she had left her classroom in the main building at the start of lunch and went to descend the staircase, she felt someone suddenly draw near from behind her. Reflexively, she dodged out of the way. A female student then entered her field of vision. She lost her balance, her expression a mix of fear and surprise. She passed through the spot Ren had been moments before, but her momentum showed no sign of fading. If someone didn't stop her, she was going to start tumbling down the stairs. Ren was quick to grab her and pull her close. Oh no. He supported the girl's weight with one arm with all the grace of someone taking part in a ballroom dance, saving her from falling. Hang on. Drink a little bit of water. Okay. Several students happened to witness the event unfold and couldn't help but elicit gasps of admiration. Noticing that the girl's eyes were still unfocused, Ren gently addressed her. Are you alright? You aren't hurt, are you? Finally realizing the situation she was in, the girl, whose face had become quite red, quickly straightened her posture in a fluster. Yes, I'm okay. You're on break from the next class over, aren't you? Thank you so much for helping me. You're very welcome. But I would have to caution you from losing your composure like that right next to a staircase. Do you have some really urgent business to take care of? The girl first frowned in response, then paused to think, then answered. Nothing I can think of. It's weird, but even though it was probably my imagination, it felt like someone had pushed me from behind. Obviously, no one here would do that, so I must have just bumped into someone by accident. She thanked her rescuer again before disappearing into the distance. The situation she had deemed her imagination, however, lingered in Ren's mind. Okay. I have to focus. I'm still having just congestion issues. It's just I have to focus my mind and ignore the burning feeling in my sinuses. If a hand said something was amiss, both of us would have fallen down the stairs. We could have been badly hurt. Was it really just a coincidence, or was it a deliberate action by someone who wants to hurt me? If it was the latter, she didn't have anything to support this theory, but it came with a familiar sensation. The feeling of malicious stares focusing on her from the shadows. It took surprisingly little time for her suspicions to gain evidence. After finishing gym class the next day, Ren made for the classroom and began preparing for her next lesson. As she did, she immediately noticed something was amiss. All of her textbooks had been glued shut with an excessive amount of adhesive. Try as she did to open them, it was a lost cause to get even a single page. It was an obvious attempt to harass her. Culprits behind the act were equally obvious. Not far from where Ren was sitting, Ronald Griffith and his lackeys, whom she so memorably turned away 2 days prior, were snickering to themselves, their eyes mockingly focused on Ren all the while. They're not even interested in hiding what they're like anymore. I'm sure at this point they want me to know who did it to intimidate me. This latest development also confirmed in her mind that they were responsible for trying to push her down the stairs the day before. What a pitiful sight they were. Because she refused to join their group, her existence was, in their eyes, now nothing more than a hindrance to Ronald's campaign for student council president. They would stop at nothing to either break her spirit and force her to join, or shame her into lowering her popularity among the student body. It didn't matter that Ren had no interest in taking part in the election. After further inspecting the state of her textbooks, Ren's expression grew difficult to read. I think I can make them usable again, but not in what little time I have left before class. The bell soon chimed to signal the start of her lesson. Ren left her textbooks out on top of her desk, making no effort to open them throughout. Her instructor was of course less than pleased about this perceived slight against them, picking her to answer a question as an attempt to chide her poor behavior. Miss Bright, please read the next paragraph aloud for us. Well, thankfully she has a photographic memory and has all the pages memorized. Ronald and his friends let out a series of pleased giggles at this, their minds delighting at the thought of a flustered Ren being told off and humiliated in front of the entire class. What transpired in reality played out very differently from their fantasies. Without missing a beat, Ren did exactly as she was told, reciting the selected paragraph she had been asked to read word for word, and all while her textbook remained closed. Did you memorize the entire book? Even the instructor could not hide their surprise. But of course, as a student of Aramis Academy, I would never dare to compromise in preparing for my lessons. Ren responded with such grace that she, of course, drew more sighs and coos of admiration from both her instructor and peers alike. It was only Ronald and his posse who groaned at sullen expressions. The next incident came on Ren's way to school the next morning. She entered the school gates with the horde of other students and was just about to step into the building when she noticed a foul smell coming from above her. She looked upward, noticing a portion of the fencing surrounding the building's rooftop was falling directly above her. Other students noticed at the same time, letting out screams of horror and worries as they could do nothing about it. I could get out of the way easily if I wanted, but the fencing was over 2 arsh in length. She could escape unharmed, but the other students around her would likely not. It was a risk she was unwilling to take. Grasping the battle ornament hidden in her bag, she cried out, "Airstrike!" A sphere of wind formed in response to her incantation, flying upward at high speeds. She carefully controlled its power so that instead of sending the fence flying, it simply cancelled out its momentum instead, allowing her to hop and catch it with ease. This was no accident. The smell makes it obvious. It was the distinct scent of a liquid extracted from a certain plant monster. One of its properties was to imitate the natural corrosion of metal, resulting in its application in certain solvents. This made the fence falling a deliberate action the perpetrator had been trying to disguise as an accident, and with Ren having been the target of several malicious acts already, the culprit was clear. Again, she could feel the presence of those familiar, hateful stares pouring into her from the shadows. But again as well, they were not the only ones with eyes on her. Whoa, that was awesome! Did you see that? Is there anything she can't do? Ren's quiet meditation was disrupted by a multitude of cheers and applause from all around her. As if she were a performer just about to leave the stage, she gave an elegant bow in response. This would not be the last time she endured harassment from Ronald's group, but each and every time they thought they bested her, she would handle herself with exemplary skill, their efforts only serving to make her more popular. The state of affairs continued for several more days before a seemingly out of patience Ronald summoned Ren behind the school building after lessons were over for the day. He stood oppressively before her, his lackeys behind him with the composure he attempted to feign before now replaced by a plain, vile anger. Let me give it to you straight, Ren Bright. You are an eyesore. Even that gentlemanly air he impersonated before was gone. Really? Well, that's not a very polite thing to say to a classmate. Don't try and act cute and innocent. I put too much damn time and Mira into building my position up at this academy. But who's always at the center of attention instead? It's you. It's always you. It's like you're deliberately trying to sabotage my chances of success, and that's the last thing I can afford right now. The more livid Ronald became, the more unruffled Ren was in turn. You're only sabotaging yourself by setting me up to succeed over and over again. You are aware of that, aren't you? Had she not been forced to defend herself against him over and over again, she would not have received nearly as much attention. This being pointed out caused Ronald to return an audible tut of frustration. Who cares about how it happens? The point is, this has gone on long enough, so I'm going to have to ask you to step off the stage for a while. What do you mean? Ronald seemed to present some of his initial cool form when they first talked as he answered. Oh, I mean something very simple. You just won't come to school until the election's over. And if I refuse? To this, he raised his hand, and in response, his lackey stepped forward to surround her. The boys were unusually well built for their age, showing off their hulking forms in hopes of intimidating her. Refusing is not an option, I'm afraid. If you aren't willing to oblige me willingly, we'll just have to make it so you can't come to school for a while. His lackeys cracked their knuckles dramatically to clarify their leader's intent. That's no good. I think we both know that would constitute a grave violation of the school rules. Something about her inflection caused him to mistake her commentary as showing a hint of fear, further fueling their desire to dominate the situation. No one's watching a place like this, and even if someone did happen to see, my father's a politician. He can make it go away. If they don't willingly choose to ignore what they saw here in difference to my position, that is. Everyone at this academy seems to already know their place, you see. Everyone except you. The smile then was so unpleasant that a sigh escaped Ren. Oh, I think you're the one who doesn't know your place. I don't want to be rough with him after what Tita said, but he needs to be taught a good hard lesson. Ronald continued on, oblivious to what was running through his apparent victim's mind. Now do as I say. His lackeys drew closer, readying to seize her. I'll keep it mild, but I still want this to hurt for them. Just enough to set them on the right track. I don't think Estelle or Joshua would object to that. But just as she was about to act, stop this at once. The girl's shout could be heard from the direction of the school building. She was, of course, not shouting at Ren. And who are you? Ronald was visibly irritated. Though the girl appeared to be visibly nervous, she continued to stand her ground. I didn't mean to listen in, but I couldn't help but overhear what was happening here. You can't go through with this. What you're doing is wrong. The girl stepped forward till she was directly in front of Ren to protect her from the schoolyard bullies. As she did so, the light revealed sleek, dazzling blonde hair that shimmered much like the sunshine above. Ren recognized her to be a first-year student who lived in the dormitory next to her own. They weren't close to one another. At most, they only exchanged polite greetings with one another as they passed each other in the hall. She always seemed like a quiet, polite young woman with a good upbringing. However, not the type whose eyes would glow with resolve as she put her well-being on the line for someone else's. Ren was surprised by this, as was Ronald, though he was less than impressed. He never fathomed that another student would dare to resist him. One thing he did sense was that her resistance was little more than a brave front. With excitement at the thought of stripping that front bare, he grew a sadistic smile and addressed her. Is it now? Well, how unfortunate for me that I have you to show me the error of my ways. Ren can wait. You're a first year, I assume? I'm going to need to give you a lesson and just how right and wrong works in our society. I'm going to need to give you a lesson in just how right and wrong works in our society is the correct way to say that sentence. Upon a signal, his lackey shifted to surround their new target over Ren. She began to tremble as danger closed in on her, but still she did not move. "Don't you dare." This time, Ren was the one who spoke up. "I'll give you what you want, so don't you dare touch her." "But, you sure about that?" He wasn't planning on that response, but Ronald was more than happy to have his win in any form. "I'll stay away from school for a while. That's what you want, right? But then The experience of studying abroad has been rather tiring for me, so maybe I do need some rest." Ren's voice was gentle in an attempt to assuage the girl's concerns. Ronald, meanwhile, made no attempt to hide the joy he felt at victory, laughing heartily with all the glee of a spoiled child. "Good! Now everyone knows their place here. I see no reason to harm either of you now that I've got what I want. Consider yourselves lucky now that I've decided to let you go." Ronald turned away and made to leave, his lackeys following suit. "Good day to you, then. When we next meet, this school will be all mine." Then he was gone. With only the girls left behind the school building, the younger of the two looked up at her senior, concern welling in her expression. "I really am all right. You're very kind to worry." Ren's smile was one of genuine kindness. From then on, Ren did indeed stop coming to school, citing illness as the official reason behind her absence. The students then gathered in the Academy's auditorium several days later for the long-awaited Student Council election. RMS Academy as a whole placed great importance on the autonomy of its students, and as such, the Student Council exercised an unusual amount of power. It also weighed upon them a massive amount of responsibility, such as being the sole planner for the Academy's festival, the symbol and celebration of spring in the capital. This, however, also led to the position being a major status symbol even long after graduation. All this was why a large number of students put their names forward to become the Student Council president every year. Yet this year, a great majority of the most promising candidates dropped out under mysterious circumstances, leaving only Ronald and others associated with him on the ballot. I couldn't exactly boast about winning by default. Roland and his supporters sat in the rest area, chuckling among themselves at the whole affair. Perhaps his name wasn't the only one on the ballot, but none of the others had done any certifiable campaigning, meaning his election was positively assured. Eventually, the time came for him to give his speech. It was a compelling one. He played the part of a respectable young gentleman as he delivered it, speaking with that same silver tongue he inherited well from his father. There were some moments where he failed to hide his arrogance, but as no one else had prepared a speech to give, this was not the blow to his campaign it otherwise would have been. Now, if you could turn your eyes to the screen. The screen he spoke of was at the back of the auditorium. This was a rather notable feature to have in a school building, to have anywhere, and was installed several years prior for use in lectures and to display recreational films. Other nations had yet to indulge in such luxuries, showing just how far ahead Calvard was in its technology. Up until then, students had used it to display photographs during their speeches, but Ronald intended to take it another step further. He wanted to share a promotional video, and not just a simple makeshift self-produced one that might ordinarily be presented by an amateur, but rather a professional work he paid a considerable amount of mira for. Its quality was genuinely impressive. His victory was written in stone, but this he knew would cement it that much more. Convinced this would serve as the perfect beginning to his ascension to the top of the social hierarchy, he started the video, but the musical number it played was rousing, fitting. What followed then was Ronald appearing on screen. "So, how much mira do you want for supporting me? I can make it worth your while." What? The video playing before them was not the one intended. Rather than an inspiration show of what he could bring to the student body, there was a recording of him buying off one of his opponents just days before. As hushed whispers of confusion spread through the auditorium, the next clip played. "If you know what's good for you, you will draw your candidacy right now, or the only thing you'll be president of is a hospital bed." Next was an equally unexpected scene of Ronald intimidating another candidate into withdrawing from the race. As it continued, Ronald realized what was going on. Someone out there had replaced his carefully prepared video with another. The initially hesitant whispers exploded into loud enough murmurs that he had to raise his voice over them to attempt to quell the situation. This is all a forgery. Someone's attempting to frame me. But just at that moment, as if waiting for his cries of denial, a girl's voice resounded from the auditorium's entrance. I'm afraid it is all entirely genuine. Her voice rang out with wonderful clarity, charming all who heard it. She ran her hand through her violet hair and flicked it back as she talked and walked slowly toward the stage. Just publicly humiliating him at the election he tried so hard to rig. Bribing potential threats, blackmailing, threatening, even executing violence against others, and many other cases of bullying besides. You are guilty on every single count, Ronald Griffith. Before anyone could fully understand what was happening, the student was on stage and staring Ronald down. All eyes were fixed upon this elegant figure. Indeed, without any effort at all, she had the air of a protagonist from some epic tale making her long-awaited appearance. Damn it, Ren Bright. Must you insist on getting in my way at every turn? He growled through a sheet of sheer anger. In contrast, the recently absent Ren responded with brilliant composure. You are the one getting in the way of the fair running of this important election. Your countless crimes have made a mockery of the whole process. Ren then turned from Ronald to the rest of the student body as she continued to list his crimes alongside the still running video. Some elicited frowns, others sympathy, others complete silence. But by the time she was finished, all were united in a single overpowering emotion: anger. It brings me no joy to say this about a fellow student, but I'm afraid it must be said. Ronald Griffith, you do not deserve to even attend this prestigious academy, much less be the president of its student council. A similar censure from the other students followed in rapid succession. Yeah, she's right. Stop running our academy. You've gone too far. Ren's accusation wasn't the only reason for their anger. The students of RMS had long loathed Ronald's oppressive behavior. They only hadn't spoken out before because they were afraid of his father's power. Now that they realized he could be stopped, their anger had reached an explosive boiling point. Ronald suddenly found himself at the center of a torrent of abuse. He looked to his lackeys for support, but even they refused to meet his gaze. It then dawned on him just how fragile all he thought he built was. Rage gave way to an instant deep despair, and casting a glare of pure hatred toward Ren, Ronald hurriedly sprinted out of the auditorium. Only when he was completely out of sight did the air erupt with cheers of joy. In the end, addressing the aftermath of the election took long enough that by the time she left for the gates, it was already evening. Yet, even with how late it was, instead of walking her usual route home, she stepped off the path to enter an entirely unoccupied park. How does this work? No one's going to interrupt us here, so how about you come on out? In response to her words, Ronald emerged before her for the first time since he ran away earlier in the day, and with 10 or so companions in tow. These men weren't his usual lackeys, but instead vicious figures with dark expressions and gaudy clothing. They were clearly not students of the academy. More than likely they belonged to some local gang. You don't keep very good company outside of school now, do you? With how they're dressed up, I assume you must be off to a party or something? I'm going to wipe that smug smirk right off that face for good, Ren Bright. My dazzling future in politics was guaranteed, but now you've gone and ruined everything. What am I supposed to say to my father now? That's your problem, not mine. Or are you so small a man that you can't own up to the consequences of your own mistakes? Not a second passed between his outburst and the manner in which she snapped back, causing his temper to grow twice as vile. That's it. I don't care what it takes. You are going to pay for thinking you can cross me and get away with it. Have at her. There won't be any consequences for going too far. My father will see to that. The men sprung into motion upon Ronald's signal. What followed made them doubt their eyes. Ronald could not understand what just unfolded before him. His eyes relayed the information well enough, but his mind rejected it completely. The second after he ordered his new lackeys to attack, Ren had produced a monstrously sized black and gold scythe from thin air. This in itself was beyond comprehension, but it wasn't the last thing to be so. The scene was like a cat toying with a powerless cornered mouse, except in this shocking case, Ren was the cat and his men were the mice. They surrounded her at first, and yet all it took was a single swing of her conjured weapon to cause most of them to collapse to the ground. In less than 10 seconds, their confidence had crumbled with their bodies. The mice made to scurry as fast as they could, but the cat gleefully gave chase. There were even moments where she let a few think they had gotten away, only for her to immediately close the gap between them. It was only after she was bored that she would knock them unconscious like the rest. Then she would seek delight in her next hunt. Like heavy sacks of potatoes, the men fell one by one, until only Ren and Roland were left. This can't be happening. The young man was still struggling to come to terms with what he had just witnessed as Ren stretched her limbs like a bored child still gearing up to play. Amateurs, every last one of them. I thought I could at least have a little fun. Oh, but don't you worry, I didn't actually slaughter them. She turned her gaze from the spectacle of her own creation to Ronald. Would you be open to giving me a little more entertainment, perhaps, Ronald? Roland twitched in fear at the mention of his name. In this moment, she was nothing more than a beast in human skin. Stay away from me. My father's in Parliament, you know. You try anything on me and you'll regret it. Her response was an expression of pure pity before tossing what appeared to be a magazine at his feet. It's one of today's tabloids. You might find its contents relevant. Destroyed his father's career, too? That's brutal. At first he was baffled by the shift, but the second he peeked at the cover, his face went pale. Representative Griffith, suspected of bribery and connections to organized crime. Read the headline in giant punchy lettering. There's a whole special feature on your dearest daddy, complete with evidence. It mentions that the CID is going to be conducting an investigation as well, so this may be the last day he could say he's in Parliament. My condolences. No. So visceral was his shock at the news that even the simple word was all he could muster. Even then, Ren wasn't finished. So now that he's been removed from the equation, I'll ask again. Would you be open to giving me a little more entertainment? She edged closer and closer, scythe in hand and a sadistic smile lacing her lips. Ronald tried to retreat in fear before tripping over a rock and falling hopelessly on his backside. All he could do was watch her as though she were the Grim Reaper, tears and snot streaming down his face. Be a doll and play with me. Then you'll understand why they used to call me the Angel of Slaughter. She raised her scythe above her head and ready to swing it downward before realizing what she said. Oops, a grown woman wouldn't play with dolls though, would she? And here I thought I could better control my childish glee. She covered her mouth with her free hand, blushing with feminine modesty at her slip-up. None of this behavior was befitting of the proper lady she wanted to reflect. After composing herself, she turned her attention back to her prey, only to see that he was already unconscious. Finished? As she left the park, a calm young man called out to her. I certainly am. Ren met eyes with a brown-skinned young man leaning covertly against one of the trees. It was safe to assume he had witnessed the entire affair unfold. I have no idea who that is. He glanced inside the park for a brief moment before speaking with slight but genuine admiration. You really are something. In what way? In every way. Even if I was more struck by the hacking abilities of the famous Kitty than the combat prowess of the infamous Angel of Slaughter. It's still hard to believe he managed to find dirt on his big-wig dad that easily. Red's response was matter of fact, showing no sign his praise had gone to her head. Most people just aren't cautious about cybersecurity as they ought to be. Understandable with how new most are to it. Of course, it isn't nearly as easy as this was when you're dealing with leading corporations and politicians at the top of the food chain. Okay, better now. You make it sound like you've tried before. Maybe I have. Ren's smile was both cryptic and daring. I've been more impressed with you. You were quick to write a piece that scathing while also finding me exactly the proof I needed. I'm glad Grace introduced us. Just doing my job. The man's name was Dingo, and he was a professional reporter for a tabloid. He was extremely capable at his job, very well connected, and held a reputation for never shying away from danger. After being introduced to one another by Grace Lynn, he and Ren made a deal with one another just a few days prior. The terms are simple. Dingo would provide Ren with proof of Ronald's misdemeanors, and Red would use her hacking abilities to provide evidence of his father's crimes. Both were now reaping the rewards of the other's success. Though I'll admit I did get some help from a friend. He was not too pleased about being asked to look into a scummy politician's equally scummy son, but he pulled through. Oh, you just have all kinds of connections, don't you? She did sense someone other than Dingo was acting on her behalf while she was off school, but she wasn't sure who that someone was. This curious sensation regarding their identity remained as she continued the conversation. No, I'm surprised you didn't meet with any resistance in running that story. That just goes to show how big a fan the government was of Griffith. They left him alone because he didn't actively oppose the current president's party, but from the CID's perspective, this chance to take him down was about as good as it was going to get. That doesn't sound like something Miss Taito Master over there would do. I can't say I like the feeling of being used by her, but oh well. Miss Taito Master. I don't think Kilika technically uses Taito, right? She uses like she uses like chakram shuriken things that she throws. We saw it in the third. That does sound like something Miss Taito Master would say. Can't say feeling being used for oh well. Dingle then made a curious observation. You have to wonder why you went to such lengths to get rid of a small fry like him. Did he really bother you that much? Ren glanced briefly at Ronald, still collapsed on the ground of the park, before shrugging her shoulders dismissively. Not in the least. I didn't intend for this to go as far as it did either. I only wanted to teach him enough of a lesson so he'd leave me alone, but... It was then that the younger student who tried to save her came to mind. I think the students deserve a much better student council president than him. She then let out a titter that was most refined. As Ren expected, the allegations led Ronald's father to resign from Parliament, while he resigned from Aramis Academy. The group of students who exerted power over the student body with his backing vanished overnight, and as a result, bidding peace to return to the grounds for the first time in too long. One thing, however, came about from this that Ren had not expected in the least. She's now the student council president. Here are all the documents relating to next month's budget. The student council's new president accepted the documents from the blonde-haired first year in charge of general affairs, perusing them. After Ronald dashed from the auditorium on the day of the election, most of those in his group who put down their name dropped out in a timely fashion. Voting still took place even then, but once all was said and done, nearly 70% of the votes cast were disqualified. This was because they were all in favor of someone who had never put her name on the ballot, Ren Bright. Aramis Academy was known for how little its staff interfered with the many liberties it gave its students, but this time the staff was clearly concerned that dissatisfaction with Ronald was going to present dire problems in the future. The teachers then chose to directly negotiate with Ren, and in the face of such fervent demand, she reluctantly accepted the position of student council president. None of her duties posed a challenge to her, but by accepting it, she had completely and utterly failed her initial goal of avoiding detection. I wonder if this is how the Thor's Branch campus first student council president felt when he was elected. Even I couldn't believe it when Tita told me. Alright, it is what it is, I suppose. I'll just have to make use of this the best I can. Sunlight beamed into the student council room. The blonde-haired girl and two of her friends struggled with the new workload they were adjusting to. As Ren sat there, ears open to random talk and the occasional grumble, a thought crossed her mind. She had no end of real-world worries. The problems arising from rapid technological development, the society's next move, the ominous winds of change blustering over Calvard. But despite all those, she wanted to enjoy her simple time here while she could. Let's say we get this work done so we can celebrate with a tea party, hmm? The arrival of spring was now a distant memory, even if summer had yet to come. There was nothing particularly spectacular about this time. It was just another ordinary, beautifully bright afternoon. Haha. An unconventional student at the end. Are we going to get a secret third story from reading the other two? Yep. Forward, sword in hand. Alright. Give me a second. Okay, that should make it easier to talk. Spitting out my gum that I was chewing the whole time. Alright, forward, sword in hand. We're not going to be able to read the book, are we? You know what? Hang on. What is this? Alright, I'll be back in another second. Another 30 seconds. Like I'm looking back at the dog over there. My parents' dog Sophie, which I'm taking care of right now, and just like somehow gets herself underneath my pillow on the bed, just laying there half covered. Cute, but annoying because the dog sheds and now there's going to be hair everywhere. All right, got two more stories, I think. It would be this and then Moonless Morn. I want to get it done in a single stream, just to get it all finished in one go and not just have one stream be the Moonless Morn reading. So let's get into it. September, year 1207 to the Septian calendar. I cannot accept. I was not one to mince words. The hulking bear of a veteran bracer, Zin Vathek, could not hide his disappointment, puffing out his bottom lip with a sigh as he stood before me. Not again. You gotta resign yourself to the inevitable one of these days. I'd been indebted to this man, who was as capable as he was kind since my first days in the guild. Truly, I didn't wish to be a source of vexation for him, but the wish alone was not enough. I have neither the experience nor skill to be worthy of A rank, so I can't accept your recommendation. Races are assigned ranks based on their strength and achievements, with A rank being the highest, on paper at least. Members of the very face of its beloved organization, and as such, ranks are a metaphorical badge of honor to be worn with pride. So, how I had received multiple recommendations for the most prestigious rank in 6 months. So how had I? Yes, I spared no effort in working to hone my craft in the years I joined after school, and certainly I wouldn't classify myself as a doe-eyed newcomer, but to have my name among the greats of the guild? Absolutely not. But after turning down my first recommendation, a second one had come from the guild's headquarters in Le Mans. If you ask me, you've got both in spades. There's something else you're making you lead toward a no. Sin's awkward smile told me he had been pressured by headquarters to persuade me. I folded my arms. Setting aside whether you're overestimating me or not, which I believe you are, there is. I would very much like to not stand out any more than I already do. I've been getting offers to be a model, to star in films. It's been frankly exhausting. Forcing them to give up. Now, what do you think would happen if I were to accept a promotion? I'll be neck deep in the same mess all over again. Okay, that makes sense, but sorry, you're a 1-2 punch in the beauty and bronze department. Trying to lay low's a lost cause. With the kind of fans you're getting, maybe you should consider the silver screen after all. Who knows? You might walk away with an award from the film festival. Sin's laugh was hearty in contrast to my unamused frown. Much as I respected him, he could do with showing a little more decorum. That's not funny. I understand that being in the public eye to some extent is inevitable, and I've accepted it. But I'm a bracer, not an entertainer. I wasn't trying to be funny though. You gotta find a way to let off some steam, or you're gonna break when we need you put together the most. Happens to the workaholics like you more often than you think. I didn't think I was pushing myself as much as he implied, but I also couldn't deny there was a nugget of truth to what he said. We were getting off topic. Just why is headquarters so desperate for me to become an A-rank bracer? I can't see the logic behind it. Well, you see, starting with what you know, the reparations from Erebonia have beefed up our economy this year. So, she's talking directly to us, the reader. So all kinds of new investments are pouring in from across the continent. Now, I'm no economist, but people go where the money's at. And where people go, conflict follows. That's just how it is. I saw where he was going from there, electing to expand upon the rest myself. So now we have disputes between megacorporations and a stark increase in Jaeger activity. These are in addition to the known growth of private military companies and increased tensions between mafias. You got it. Think it's bad now? It's only going to get worse from here. That's why Oman wants to up security here while promoting our rising star, you. They see it as good PR for the guild and a deterrent to any potential threats that are thinking about stepping out of line. Perhaps I was more vaguely aware of their goal in using me than I wanted to admit. This didn't make hearing the answer any more satisfying. If they have you ask me to play my part, then surely they have asked you to play your part already. You've been recommended for S rank, haven't you? If you know of a better deterrent than having an S rank in Calvert, then I'd like to hear it. Zin scritched the back of his head awkwardly upon my statement. I just don't think I'm up there with someone like Cassius Bright. S isn't even an official rank, and even if it was, just look at me. You think a guy like me is a picture-perfect advertisement for the guild? I think you have the skills, achievements, and build to be one, yes? A curt, quick response. Alright, point made. I can't force you to take the recommendation. I'm not about to be a hypocrite. Just, let me know if you change your mind, okay? With that, the conversation came to an end, and the guild's bracers gathered to begin our routine meeting of delegating upon requests. Or open requests. This is how I preferred things. It was better to stay like this. There was a point when I wanted to be something more. I can no longer remember when that was. Sometime during my childhood it happened, I'm sure. I just recall realizing how small the world truly was, so I prayed and longed to become someone I was not. It was around high school when I thought I became that someone. Those years were unforgettable. I'll never forget the unexpected reunion that was had there, nor the priceless treasure I had gained. I truly thought I'd gotten closer to who I wanted to be. But in the end, it was just wishful thinking. My hand once again was now empty, and I was still a nobody. But I refused to stand still. I grew unrelenting in following the new path I chose for myself, ignoring my family's objections. My motivations had changed, however. I no longer possessed that girlhood desire of becoming something more, of becoming someone. I just needed to keep moving, however aimless that movement was. Well, aren't we looking gorgeous today? With a whimsical wink, a familiar bartender welcomed me to his establishment. He was a tall, affable man who lived by his own rules and never hesitated to lend a helping hand to the others. He reminded me much of the Crossbell City's branch's receptionist from the few times I visited for work. The place was nearly empty today. I sat down on the counter seat farthest from the door as he approached. The usual, sweetheart. I stopped by here after a hard day's work on occasion, and whenever I did, I always ordered coffee and a light snack. This was not a coffee and snacks kind of day. I want something with alcohol, even beer will do. Not at all fazed by the vagueness of my order, he walked away and started preparing my drink. It wasn't long before he returned and placed an elegant glass in front of me. I think this is a little more you than a beer. It was a beautiful cocktail composed of two colors, a clear blue like that of a priceless sapphire and a calming jade. No doubt he could tell how disquieted my heart was and was trying to soothe it in his own way. I thanked him inwardly before daring to broach my other reason for coming. Have you learned anything more about what I asked? Apart from being a skilled bartender, he was also a well-known informant. He was extremely well connected to the guild, the press, and even the criminal underworld. But he was very careful never to overstep his bounds with that last one. Indeed, I found him to be a valuable source when needed. I wish I could say yes, but not even Dingo has any promising leads. Still, I think you've got your eyes on the right district. It's only a matter of time before they get smoked out. I see. Since the guild's investigation turned up nothing, I was hoping he would better point me in the right direction. But it seemed this was going to be a lot harder than I hoped for. Things will work out. Just pace yourself and keep at it a little bit at a time. That also applies to that cocktail. It's a strong one, so don't drink it all at once. Chug. I tilted the glass delicately between my fingers as he stepped away, my mind continuing to wade through the case I was following. There had been a stark increase in illegal drugs on the market. Not just any drugs either, but ones of the highly addictive, dangerous variety. AUA, who effectively ruled over the criminal underworld in Calvard, ordinarily limited their proliferation in the market as part of their rules. Limiting the number of drugs was, of course, far from the ideal elimination of them, but none could deny that the Syndicate's actions had brought some semblance of order to where chaos often reigned supreme. Yet, the past few years had seen a worrying number of criminal groups rebelling against those carefully curated rules. One of these groups was surely behind the change in the market. And all of this held a presumed connection to two missing people. The guild and police had been tasked with searching for two children below the age of 10, a boy and his younger sister. They simply left the house one day and not been seen since. Considering this is probably not years in the past, it's probably not Swin and Nadia. Especially since they aren't technically brother and sister. Evidence suggested they came from a perfectly ordinary family on good terms with one another, so the likelihood of them running away was slim. We mulled over the suspicion that they had been abducted for ransom early on, but not a single demand was made following their disappearance, so it was quickly ruled out. Despite a healthy amount of manpower that was coming from both sides, neither the guild nor the police had yet to find them. That said, the search so far had not proved entirely fruitless. Their last known location was fortunately established, and it was unfortunately a popular site for illicit drug trade. The working theory from there became that the siblings witnessed a transaction and were held captive by the criminal parties involved as a result. If that held true, then the longer it took our parties to find them, the greater the danger their lives were in. The abductors wouldn't do anything right away. The murder was sure to leave trace evidence behind, but it was only a matter of time before they resorted to that, or traveling abroad to be rid of them. With each passing second, the odds of the children being returned unharmed were dropping to 0. Give me a quick second, I just realized I should probably update the Twitch title considering we're reading instead of collecting chests, right? just pause the stream to make sure that doesn't keep going. Let's see, Alright. There we go. Reading the final stories. Title has been updated. We're good. Alright. I should probably drink too. At the same time, all this was pure speculation, on our part based on a single established location. For all we knew, this had nothing to do with the criminal underworld at all. Potential dangers thrown around made inaction an agonizing task, but if there was no evidence to go on, action was impossible. We could forcibly arrest any suspicious people on sight and make them talk should we wish it. But that would be a direct violation of the Guild's code and its founding principles. The Bracer Guild always sought to be an ally of the people first and foremost, so resorting to criminal acts to obtain evidence was out of the question. If only the strict adherence to our code didn't stop us from being able to resolve so many crimes, thereby putting the people we swore to protect in danger. It was the ultimate impasse. As I found myself pondering on this impossible dilemma the Bracers had placed themselves in, a familiar face came to mind. It was a childhood friend with blue-tinged, unkempt hair. Though we had lost contact with one another some years before, he one day returned to the city as suddenly as he had left it, soon after starting up a peculiar profession that skirted the line of legality to a dangerous degree. The kind of profession that could easily involve himself in the affairs of many an unscrupulous individual, or so I believed. Just what did that idiot think he was doing? He walked out of my life without a warning, and walked back in much the same. I spent so much time searching for him, I knew our reunion would be an awkward one based on how we parted. But for him to return after all that waiting, all that searching, and dive into some questionable enterprise so different from my own was almost too much to bear. It gave rise to many concerns as a Bracer, and many more concerns as a friend. And the one that bothered me most was... why hadn't he come to see me? Did he have any idea how worried I was about him? How worried I am about him? Worried I am about him? Irritation building? I took a large gulp of my cocktail, but the alcohol only fanned the flames of anger burning in my heart. They burned brighter and brighter still, becoming a dazzling white that projected countless transient images of the past. Then, just as quickly as it had flared, my anger faded in an instant, replacing itself with a very different emotion altogether. Why did you leave me? The words slipped from my mouth without me realizing it, making me feel downright pitiful once they were said. If someone were to see me in this state... Still haven't moved on, I see. A familiar but unexpected voice called out to me, causing me to jump slightly from surprise. I quickly regained my composure. I just have a few choice words I'd like to say. My response feigned calmness as best I could. I couldn't help but think I had more than a few choice words, really, but following up with that would aid my annoyance in a way I would rather not further. I imagine you have more than a few. Right, of course you would see right through me. The bespectacled man then sat down next to me, as though our running into each other was no coincidence. He was another childhood friend of both myself and the one I was lamenting over, and someone who followed a remarkably different career path from either of us. If it's still bothering you that much, why not just go and see him? You already have his address by now, surely. How could I with how much time that's passed? As I mumbled my response meekly, I thought I could hear the man next to me chuckle. Well then, I suppose there's no need to rush things. With your line of work, I'm sure your paths will cross naturally enough in due time. I didn't expect that kind of response. Make it sound so romantic. Lest have you forgotten, I don't struggle with expressing what's in my heart the way he does. Now, since we're here, how about a toast? I'll make your next one non-alcoholic. Unless you have forgotten, I can handle my liquor just fine, thank you very much. We then spent the rest of our time reminiscing about the past. It had been too long since we were just able to sit and talk like this. It wasn't that he and I become estranged, but both our jobs made it a trying task to meet even at the best of times. By the way, I've heard word that you turned down becoming an A-rank bracer again. Of course, that wouldn't escape the CID's ears. So it's a CID guy. The information itself wasn't confidential, but that he already knew something, however unofficial it was entirely typical of him. The Bracer Guild focused on protecting civilians, while the CID focused solely on the needs of the president in office. The groups were neither enemies nor allies. They simply had very different goals where work was concerned. I know it isn't my place to tell you to accept the offer, however... He paused before resuming, his tone becoming markedly more serious. The times we live in demand a new hero, that much is clear. I had no idea what a realist like him was trying to say by implying I was a hero. But before I could inquire further, he changed the subject that was likely what brought him to find me in the first place. Now, if you don't mind, I have something that will be of interest to you regarding those missing children. My eyes widened from the unexpected change. He continued. We identified the group that made that district their turf, as well as have compelling evidence of a crime taking place. You may proceed as you like in cooperation with the police. I couldn't believe it. On a fine silver platter, he had given me just cause to act, and since the information came from the CID, there was no reason to doubt its veracity. I felt it. I was on the verge of rekindling my girlhood desires. All I had done now was follow life where it was taking me. Yet here I found myself before a new path that could lead to that someone I once wanted to be. This deviation terrified me. What if it led to me losing someone again? What if it ended in more pain? My fear begged me to stay idle. I was a fragile human being at my core. I knew it well. It made me wish I was anything but. It inspired me to take up the sword and rebel against any whispers of weakness, and I played the part admirably on the surface. But if I were forced to face a cruel reality in the future, I wondered, would my heart be able to take it? Slashes. As I sidestepped to the left, I shifted my center of gravity and unleashed a flurry of slashes against my first foe, using that momentum to thrust both myself and my blade toward my second. 2 low-ranking mobsters fell to the ground. They were members of a mafia I had been chasing, and right now, I was in the thick of their den of operations. My friend gave the guild and police the excuse we needed to take a more direct stance against our targets. His information was vague, however, so we still had to discern their precise location on our own. I, Zin, and several other bracers agreed it would be best to split our forces and attack several locations in unison for this part of our mission. Based on what just transpired, it appeared my location was the lucky winner. There's the intruder. Hey, I've seen her before. She's in the paper. 2 more reinforcements arrived, but I was hardly going to give them time to act. I raced forward, swinging my sword twice as I passed them, and they fell before they could even raise their weapons. I advanced. The mobsters appeared in droves. Presumably, word of my arrival had already spread. There she is! She's that bracer word's been going around about. Well, damn. What if the immovable's here too? Don't be chicken shit. It's one moment. I'm gonna take care of her. They then charged me en masse, at least 10 of them, with more reinforcements on their way from farther inside the building. Forcing my way through with how many they had in their number was risky. I knew the sensible thing to do would be to wait for the other bracers to show, but I also had to consider, what if my waiting afforded the Mafia the time to wield the children as hostages? Weighing the 2 options, I concluded that whatever reduced the chances of that happening was worth the cost. I needed to push on and settle this, now. Besides, I believed I had nothing to fear from this pitiful group as they were. Were they seasoned combat veterans, they could have used their numerical advantage to implement complex formations and corner me, but they did no such thing, the amateurs. And they dared to believe they held a candle to Huey's martial arts? In the face of what in my experience, their bloated size was more of a hindrance than a help. They won't be able to utilize even half their potential against me. I first had to position myself and them appropriately. If I could ensure the gun-toting wielders among them were in each other's line of fire while rounding out the up-close range fighters to a single spot, they would soon have bigger worries, friendly fire. Their vulnerabilities would then spell my victory as I cut them down. 1 down, 2 down. Precious seconds after defeating a foe were the most advantageous. Just as a man had fallen, I was on to another before they had time to adjust to my incoming blade. There was no pattern to who was next by design. I chose my targets with stunning erraticism, throwing them into complete disarray as more collapsed to the ground. 3 down, 4. What is this, Goblin Slayer? I would go around them in a wide circle. I would move between them, while remaining ever aware of any surprise assaults at my back. I waited through them until I encountered the ones farthest back. These ones never even considered I would be able to reach them. They were spread so carelessly. The men took up their guns with newly alert panic strewn across their faces, but their fate was already sealed. They were powerless as I closed the gap between us. 5, 6, 7. With over half their number down, the remaining mobsters were quickly losing their will to counter. Some attacked out of adrenaline-induced desperation, calculating their next move so poorly that they fell into my long-set trap and accidentally attacked themselves. At this point, the battle was as good as final. All I had to do was continue taking them down, till I was the last one standing. There were smaller groups I encountered on my way through the building, but I was able to disable them with little effort. The path they opened up for me eventually led me to their leader. He was a middle-aged fellow, pacing recklessly around an unpleasantly gaudy room until I entered. He twitched in fear upon the very sight of me. "Why are you here? Where are my men?" Kissing the floors, I answered so calmly and concisely that he balked in disbelief. "That's impossible! I sweat my balls off to build this group from the ground up, and you're saying a girl like you tore it all down just like that?" I ignored his crude language and drew closer. As I thrust my sword till it sat just between his eyes, he let out a squeal. "Well, I'm no ordinary girl. I'm a bracer. And don't worry, I didn't kill them. They have only been knocked out or restrained. You'll be seeing them again soon, in prison." I shot a darkened glare in his direction as the tip of my sword wandered downward to his neck. "Now I have some questions for you, and you will answer them." The man nodded empathetically, his whole body trembling from fear. Two children, a boy and a girl under 10 years old, disappeared last month. Your people abducted them, didn't they? He nodded. "I knew it. Then where are they? What did you do to them?" "They're in a room farther inside. They're alive." At last, I could breathe a sigh of relief. My most fundamental objective when coming here could be fulfilled. Next, I needed to ask him more about his group. "I thought you all seemed far too weak to be charged of this district of the city, but after coming across your account book, everything fell into place. You're working on behalf of someone else, aren't you?" He was so unsure of how to respond that he fell completely silent. That alone gave me my answer. "Who is it then? Tell me. Is it A?" "I can't." He flinched in fear as I pressed him, resisting as though he genuinely couldn't say. Then, just as he opened his trembling lips to speak, I heard a strange thudding sound from outside the room. I stepped away from the man, my sword still firmly in hand. Crunching, squelching, splattering. More sounds. These more audible than the first. I didn't know what to make of them, but they made me feel an instinctive revulsion as they dragged on. They may have come accompanied by faint groans, but if they did, they faded just as soon as the sounds themselves. Did they kill the hostages? I remained on guard as I stepped out into the hallway, ready to be attacked from any angle at any moment. And the sight that greeted me defied all imagination. The monsters I fought mere minutes before were now nothing more than distorted, mutilated piles of flesh and bone. Not just one or two. Every single one of them, without exception, had been reduced to bloodied mounds. Freaky. Some were without heads, others had their organs ripped from their abdomens. Then there were those with their skulls caved in and leaking pulverized brain matter, or the ones with their hearts pulled and squeezed. Each corpse was different. Each corpse was unbearable to look at. The plain hallway I traversed, with all due speed, was now covered in a sticky, slimy red. Who could have done something like this? The sight was so awful that my free hand, now clenched, shook from disgust. When was it ever necessary to go this far? What could anyone have to gain from this? Wait, no. I realized I had just made a very careless mistake. I turned and hurried back into the room I was just in. It was too late. The Mafia's leader was floating in the air at the center of the room, as though some unknown force was holding him up by his chest. A monstrous sword pierced through his chest. A single streak of blood dripped from his unspeaking mouth. There was no room to believe he was anything but dead. Like all the others in the hallway, he didn't even have time to scream before his life was taken. "Who are you?" I barked at the center of the room, trying to drown out my instinctive fear with anger. At a glance, only the corpse and I were present, but if I strained my eyes, I could also see the faint contours of another distorting the space around them. It must have been some form of active camouflage. Ramda has been in use for how many years now? I would have thought of basic courtesy to give your name before asking another's, charming ace of the Bracer Guild. It was a man's voice that projected true arrogance, as though he were above all others as a matter of course. I instinctively readied myself for battle in response, but my actions seemed not to faze him in the slightest. No need to be spoiling for a fight. I'm simply here to take out the trash after they were careless enough to leave a trail for the CID to follow. Was I really talking to a fellow human being? How could he speak of such gruesome murders in those terms? Are you a business partner of theirs? No, you must be from the group above them. Very good. He then swung his blade to slide and tossed the corpse off the side with all the respect of a used cigarette. How can you treat people you worked with like this? People? Have you your ears? I said nothing about taking out a person. Only trash. The same applies to the garbage piling up in the hallway. They've always been so, even before they stopped breathing. It was clear that communicating with someone of his nature was impossible. I dismissed calm reason for an intense, all-consuming anger so great that my entire body couldn't stop trembling. You monster! Before I knew it, I had sprung into action, pouting every drop of my strength into my blade to launch a swift, unavoidable strike. But he repelled it with one vertical swing of his own. This one exchange was enough to tell me that his strength was well a league above mine. He parried my blow at the most perfect instant, canceling out the force of my attack with so little effort that it barely scratched the surface of what he was capable of. The active camouflage did nothing to hide the monstrous nature of his cruciform sword either. Cruciform? What does that mean? Its design combines silver and black in an unholy fusion of darkness and light, as if chaos itself dwelled within its very blade. It was no common weapon. It was a +3 magic item. Even when I continued to give it my all, my odds of winning against him were extremely slim. But at the same time, my instincts were screaming at me that I could not allow him to leave. I charged again. If attacking him from the front wasn't going to work, then I'd have to go for his side. He blocked that attack with just as little effort. But I wasn't done yet. Refusing to stop moving, I slashed a third time with even more speed than the first two. Blocked. I showered him in a flurry of them, each one faster than the last. When I finally reached my physical limit, I darted in a new direction, attacking him from behind. I put my very soul into one overwhelming attack aimed directly at his rear, which I could only just make out through the camouflage's distortion. However, the second I came to be sure that victory was within my grasp, his cruciform blade carved a great arc through the air in a ferocious spinning slash. I was able to instantly defend myself against the blow, but the force of it sent me flying backward. I was fortunate enough to not have sustained a direct hit, but my body shook from now being able to fully cancel out its massive weight. Still, I forced myself back to my feet and glared at his form. The difference between us was night and day. It felt as though he could manipulate the very flow of battle, much like a master of martial arts who understood the true nature of all things. He paid no mind to my pitiful attempt at bravado and gave a short laugh before speaking. Impressive. You put up more of a fight than the rumors had led me to believe. What's your goal? What are you trying to do with all your strength? I expected him to reject or ignore me, so I was taken aback when he paused for a sincere moment of thought before answering. An interesting question. I suppose to instill fear. Fear? I almost out of my ears. Fear is at the heart of all we know. domination and servitude, order, harmony, and production. All of it exists because of fear. That is why I seek to instill fear in its purest form, much like the retributive tower that appeared in Crossbell half a year ago. Such a pity that it fell. There was such pleasure in his words that it made it easy to imagine the expression on his veiled face. As insane as what he was saying sounded to me, I knew he meant every word of it. You really are a monster. Continue your fruitless attempts to stop me, and you'll understand what I mean in due time. He lowered his blade. As a parting gift for assisting me in my house cleaning efforts, I will let you and those children go. Keep that far too pristine blade sharp for our next meeting, Bracer. With that, he turned to leave. Wait! Just as I extended my hand, the ground below him emitted a bright glow, and by the time that glow had faded, he was gone. Ah, teleportation magic, of course. He had likely used the same teleportation spell that certain other criminal organizations are known to rely on. His departure also released all the strength I had left in me, not from relief, but the exact opposite. I was so overwhelmed with frustration that I let him leave, so afraid of what he might go on to do because I couldn't stop him, that I lost the strength to even stand. Of course, this is just who I've always been. I haven't changed one bit since the day you left me. I'm still the same powerless girl I was back then. My work here wasn't finished yet. I walked into the next room. I opened the door and was greeted by what appeared to be an old storage space. There, across the hall, I found who I was searching for. The brother and sister pair were crouched against the wall, the boy trembling on the floor as the sister stood close by. It's okay, I'm here to help you. I kept my tone as gentle and reassuring as I was able. The girl smiled while her older brother continued to hide his face. I slowly walked toward them, careful not to make any sudden movements, but as I did, the boy shook his head vigorously. His whole body trembled more the closer I got, as though he were telling me to stay away. The answer from that man flashed in my mind. Fear is at the heart of all we know. These poor children are very much in fear's clutches. No matter how gradual I was in closing the distance between myself and the boy, trying best not to provoke him, his body language showed he continued to reject me. We were now within arm's length of one another. His shaking grew more violent, and though he opened his mouth to speak, his voice refused to come out. It's all right. I smiled a most comforting smile. After that, I reached out behind me and grasped the blade of the knife that was being thrust toward me. I turned swiftly, my fingers never letting go, and found the one gripping the hilt to be none other than his sister. She had tiptoed around my back while I was kneeling to meet her brother and tried to stab me from behind. She was a bit startled by my halting her attack, but otherwise she stared blankly forward, emotion on her face nowhere to be seen. I suppose he was right about fear. It controls everything we do. You must have been through something terrifying if it made you resort to this. No doubt they were now conditioned by fear to attack anyone who came to their rescue. I paid no mind to the blood from my bare hands slowly dripping to the floor. The cut from the knife was nothing compared to everything else in the moment. My first priority was to reassure the girl that I meant no harm. We humans are capable of more than giving in to that fear. We can fight it. With courage, we can fight it. Your brother was doing that just now. He may have been gripped by fear, but he still fought his hardest through his actions to alert me of the danger his sister posed. Even if it took all he had, he wanted to keep me safe and keep her from committing an irreversible, regrettable act. It was thanks to him that I noticed what she was trying to do. You don't have to be afraid anymore. I'm a bracer. I'll keep you safe. I took the girl into my arms. You're a bracer? Even her voice was devoid of emotion. That's right, I'm here to help you. Oh, I think I've seen you in a magazine before. Something Blade, I think. That's right. The nickname's a little embarrassing, but I'd be happy if you remembered it. That way, as long as you hear it, you'll know I'm here to keep you out of harm's way. I tightened my grip around her as if to stop anything more from hurting her, and surrounded her heart with my warmth. It really will be okay, I promise. I noticed her eyes twitch just slightly, and before long her eyes filled with tears. Soon she began to sniffle, first a small one here and there, till they gradually grew more pronounced, eventually turning into uncontrollable sobs. She had finally been liberated from her fear. As for me, I had stayed my course. I was too afraid to deviate from my current path. Still, I had chosen this path with pride in my heart. I didn't think it right to turn my back on it now. I don't think we've heard this song in this game before. But I wasn't going to let it be an aimless journey from now on either. And so, it was another day in the Edith branch of Calvard's Guild. Something the Mafia was trying to copy what that other organization of assassins managed to pull off. I was discussing the recent case with Zin. Siblings had indeed been abducted because they witnessed an illegal transaction. The Mafia involved then thought to mimic a group of assassins known for raising children with the intent of turning them into professional killers. Their attempts, thankfully... I think we know that group. Their attempts, thankfully, proved as unsuccessful as their attempts to remain covert in selling drugs. The CID found them, and whoever they were working for purged them. Hell of a way to go. If I hadn't been so incompetent, maybe they wouldn't have been purged at all. Don't beat yourself up about it. The Guild's priority is to keep civilians safe, not criminals. I don't want to say they deserved it for getting involved in organized crime, but it is what it is. Try putting that frustration you're feeling into more personal growth instead of letting it eat you alive. I was told that while the siblings were going to need psychological counseling for some time, they were fully expected to recover and go back to their everyday lives. My meeting with them had triggered something inside of me. I came to realize that something needed to change. I had to take some kind of step forward. Even if it ended in me falling to the floor in some dramatic fashion, I just needed to pick myself back up again. With that in mind, I accepted my multiple recommendations. The times we live in demand a new hero. Doing so made me think of what my childhood friend said to me. I didn't believe I had what it took to be a hero. But if I could be even just a brief one able to give the people hope and banish the darkness ahead. And that was reason enough to keep going. Maybe that could make me somebody enough to fight alongside the real hero once they came to light. Well, shall we get down to business? Zin turned to face me, his classic broad grin even broader than usual. It'll be a while before the official paperwork arrives from headquarters, but I'm sure they won't mind me speeding up this part of the process with how much they wanted this. The Republic now has a bracer who reached A rank at the same age as the Empire's Purple Lightning. Congrats on your promotion, Elaine Auclair, Beauty's Blade. I believe she's one of the people in the next game, right? There's our trails. And there's the Grandmaster. Suspension of causality recording engine activity confirmed. Force connection to Astrolink severed. The whirlpool of causality engulfing Erebos and the fated land has at last been unraveled. Though the bell ringing in the end of days has yet to be silenced. You, children of Zemuria, have earned your moment of peace until the time comes to face the final hour. Until you, with hope and fear in your hearts, must walk new trails. Into daybreak. We just have to read one more book. Lore heavy stream. Now, this will be important later. I don't know exactly how much later, but maybe we'll actually be given names this time around, because they didn't. The only person that got named was Zin, who we already knew, and Elaine, which one of the protagonists of the next game, I guess. Don't know. Haven't spoiled myself on it. I know Van is like the main actual MC guy. That's all I really know. Let's see. Moonless Morn. Chapter 1. Yeah. I'm like sweating. Hang on a second. That's a lot of text. Okay. Chapter 1, Snowfall Encounters. Hang on, I'm gonna, actually, just trying to think. Alright, I was thinking, maybe I'll lower the volume. I don't know if the volume is bad or good. I don't have anybody to tell me as such. I don't even know what this is. But I'm gonna lower my volume on my headset, just so I can focus a bit more on the reading. Hey! So, stop it. Stop scratching my butt. Chapter 1, Snowfall Encounters. The girl ran, though her lungs burned with each step that crunched into the packed mountain path. Gasps profound enough to hear even through the subdued effect of snowfall, she ran. Her attire no doubt contributed to her body's protests, for there was far more of her tan skin to be seen than there was cloth. It starkly marked her as one who hailed from a foreign land, and yet the coldness in her eyes and coal shade to her hair did equally as much to meld her into the darkened storm surrounding her. There's enough to fence me in from every angle, but the wind tells me to keep on ahead. Wolves with frames 3 times greater than any normal pack were in pursuit, their eyes bloodshot and their chase unrelenting. In the midst of the chase, the girl would pivot and fire a bolt from her bowgun. This had no effect in slowing her pursuers, but neither did it slow her. When the moment was right, she would twist in the air, fire, and let the momentum of her shot thrust her backward till she landed and pushed onward. Her agile, wild motions held the practiced polish of one who had long challenged and prevailed the mountainous terrain. Wolves pursued despite this, charging over the brethren felled by her bolts with an obsession that he lifted from her strange twang of compassion. That they didn't stop now, she imagined, must have meant they couldn't stop, that someone had set them on this trail and made it a matter of survival. Guess I'm not the only one with my life on the line here, but compassion would never triumph over obstinance. Patting the book secured in a waist pouch with her bow held hand, while clutching a cylindrical trinket around her neck between her other bolt-ready fingers, she continued. The elements knew something of obstinance. The thinning air as she climbed upward, the windswept snow now more ice than powder, the numbness of her upper body from both despite the fire of her spirit and the blood pumping through her legs, she could persevere. But whatever the mountain was or wanted would be. What would be was a tall, rocky face with a jut that was far too tall and far too angular for her to do anything but stop. The seconds-long pause was all the wolves needed to surround her. I said there was enough to fence me in, she grit between chattering teeth, but that didn't mean I wanted them to. The wolves crept closer in a slow, knowing manner. Well aware that there was no path to freedom, the girl dismissed the sight to deliver a questioning gaze at the cylindrical trinket around her neck. To her, this trinket was more than a simple accessory. It was a tried and true companion. What to do, she mused for precious seconds. Nah, too much of a gamble. The bowgun in this moment, useless. The wait for death, though through sunken fangs, inevitable. The mastermind who formulated this chase had won. Or or so they would have had had Idios not smiled down upon her. As though to reward the girl's fortitude, a crisp gunshot rang out in the moment, sending a flurry of falling flakes scrambling. 2 wolves collapsed to the ground, and in the seconds that followed, gouts of blood staining the pure white around them. Startled, the wolves shifted their focus rapidly from their prey to their fallen comrades, then again to source the direction of the sound. The first to find it seemed to fall with the thundering clap of a second shot. "Run now!" cried a young man's voice through the howling wind. No doubt the gunman. Indeed, the lupine blockade that seemed so insurmountable was now weakened enough that her own weapon could finish the job. She gave a small nod to her unseen savior before rushing into the rest of the pack, firing bolts between the sound of more shots from afar. The swirling storm carried with it the scent of explosives, indicating to the girl that the gunman's weapon was no modern orbital gun, but an old-fashioned muzzleloader, which begged the question, how are the intervals between firing and reloading so unnaturally short? "There's a path over there." After confirming she had made her escape, the gunman slid his upper half out from the shadows of a nearby crag and gestured her to follow. Having traveled across many lands and encountered all manner of people, he knew from a glance that he was the single most reliable defender she could have chanced to meet under the circumstances. He got a fine figure, with silvery hair that melted into the snowy mountaintop. His face seemed near chiseled from the marble with its sharp lines, accompanied by a hunter's eye that pierced as well as any of her bolts. Even the muscles that covered his tall frame were lithe and sculpted through practical training. He was, as she saw him, the fresh beauty of the mountain and its crystalline storm in human form. Peeking through a heavy fur coat was the muzzleloader she heard, confirmed to be just the one despite its rapid fire. Stranger than this mystery, however, was how familiar he felt to her even when they had never met before. She followed him into his rocky shelter, but perhaps the motion-perfect high from running to survive had already left her. The moment she felt safer, the book at her waist slipped clumsily from its pouch. Her hands weren't free to catch it, but with one hand still clutching the bowgun and the other the trinket. The wintry-haired young man instead used the stock in hand for reloading his weapon to shift the book's course, pushing it onto his own bags and saving its pages from being dampened by the snow. "Thanks, I guess. You saved me and my book." "You're welcome, but only for the book. Jury's still out on if I've saved you." As he said it, their attention turned toward the wolves. They had done more than recover from the surprise attack. A fellow pack had joined them, swelling their numbers a great deal. He took a closer look at the new situation through the scope of his rifle, a slight twitch born from narrowing his eyes as he focused. He then pointed to a small animal trail to his left and waited for the girl to nod in understanding before entering it. She was dubious of their chances against a larger pack. So was he, as she suspected. Certainly running down a route so familiar to their pursuers wouldn't get them out of their current predicament. I might have to stack the odds a little more in our favor. Taking the cylindrical trinket with both hands, she ran in the opposite direction from the young man toward the wolves. "What are you doing? We've got to get..." The young man's shout was drowned out by a sudden light shining through her fingers from the trinket's engravings. What followed was a fog thick enough that even the most perceptive of wolves could see no farther than their own snout. As the fog continued to thicken, the snowstorm assailing the animal trail calmed to a gentle flutter, then to nothing. "Time to go, then," was all the girl said in response to this. "This way, right?" Yeah. We head through here and take a right." He had never witnessed anything like this in his countless years on the mountain. He didn't know what to think of it. She noticed. "Nothing the matter. I just wasn't expecting the fog to roll in." "Sunning up here must really love us, huh?" The young man guided her down the trail under snowless skies till they reached a flat housing, scant trees. Beyond it were more powder-topped mountains and steep cliffs. The threat was no more. "It's hard to believe we lost him so quickly," he muttered, suspicious evident in his tone. "It's amazing how fast he can go when you can see." She dismissed his misgivings, instead looking over him while considering his clothing, skill, and where they met. All 3 points had brought her to a clear conclusion. "Thank you for your help," she began, "but there's something I'd like to ask you if you don't mind." "I suppose I don't mind." His hesitance was the only thing that shook her certainty, but only for a brief moment. He must have been a little different from the others she knew of, for the rest of his traits were unmistakable. Are you a Matagi?" His eyes widened in surprise for a beat, then another. Then silently he nodded. "What is a Matagi?" mark on my glasses. Comes with the territory of it constantly sliding down your face and having to adjust it. Chapter 2, Mountain Hunters. In the northeastern part of the Zumerian continent, where the impact of desertification was relatively minor, settled a culture considered unique even by the standards of the widely diverse region. They worship Mount Whitecrown, a place known to have fostered countless ecosystems despite its harsh environment, and through living in harmony with this mountain, they gave birth to technologies and philosophies found nowhere else in the world. The Montague were hunters of legend, known in song to have slain even the likes of dragons, yet though once quite known far and wide, and though revered for their dedication to their art through their descendants, they were slowly becoming one of the many forgotten cultures scattered along the eastern edge of the continent. While their ways were still handed down even in modern times, the Montague's village was nearly empty, its population comprising mostly of the elderly. The youth had left the mountain to use their traditional methods in more lucrative areas like through the Bracer Guild or as mercenaries for hire. Their legacy was fading with the times. As of now, however, 2 relics to represent it were still featured prominently in the village square. One was a wooden carving of the mountain spirit worshipped at their yearly festival. The second, added in more recent years, was a stone monument engraved with the name and family crest of a legendary hunter, Kyun Olkis. The time was past noon. On this day, a young man was standing with these relics. He stood out further still, for beyond his age and fine features, his hair carried a silvery tint to it rather than a Montague's traditionally fair white. His hunting equipment lay at his feet, leaning back against the earthen foundation that held these carvings. He stared up, not at them, but past them to the cloudy sky, warming his body with sips from a gourd of amakaze. Are you done hunting for the day, Shunlan? Can't think of another soul who could keep up with you. An elder who had only aged with greater vigor and dignity as years went on, called out to him. He was the chieftain, and he acted as both elder of the village and director of its group hunts. Afternoon, quotas met and income for the village's stable, Shunlan replied, hanging with the now emptied gourd at his waist as he did so. Us Kavardian merchants will take just about anything we sell. Shunlan Ison was the last of the villagers who could still be considered a youth. In the eyes of the chieftain, whose role was to see their continued existence, this made him more valuable than the high-quality prey they often sold to supplement their needs. Now that's some fine work. Fine work indeed. I'm sure your father would be very pleased. Fire isn't going to get you anywhere here. Afraid my answer's not going to change. Knowing how well the conversation that was poised to follow, Shunlan reached down to sling his equipment over his back and turned his gaze up toward the mountain, toward home. Oh, but I assure you, I meant nothing by it. I'm simply grateful we have such a young, strong... Sure hope I'm strong. Won't doubt it for a moment. Couldn't possibly be otherwise with that kind of confidence in me. Shunlan maintained cool indifference throughout. To most, the sight of the village elder scrambling to avoid displeasing a fellow so much younger would be quite the spectacle, but the chieftain had his own reasons to persist in this behavior. He had no desire to be chieftain. In fact, he never desired the position from day one. There were many others who were more qualified than he, but one by one, these potentials left the Montague's village for greater prospects. After a time, there was only him. And while he fulfilled what he could of his post, his mind was often occupied with finding someone suitable enough to relieve him of it. Shunlan was aware of this. How could he not be, with such an unabashed display, making him twice as reluctant to accept anything he said? Are you sure? Are you still worried about what your father said? Best not let it trouble you. Why not instead take a look at the people around you? Though the young man had no intention of doing anything simply because he was asked, Shunlan, perhaps guided by the blood running through his veins, did so. He saw pelts drying in the sun. He saw elders maintaining their weapons, back strong. He saw 2 men, jovial from alcohol, sharing heroic exploits while flaunting old wounds. All things he was familiar with, all things he should have been used to. These people recognize your strength, but still, you come here every day and... I'll keep it in mind, excuse me. Shunlan made for the village entrance before any further discussions could be made, being very conscious of the fact that he was running away. But this was all he could do before he could tell the chieftain what his plans for the future were. He would have to discover them for himself. His residence was a wood-framed cabin of western design that overlooked the Matagi's village. Though a bit of a walk from the rest of its residents, he never once entertained the thought of leaving the home his parents left behind. There was discovery to be found in these solitary walks. Things like the signs of spring's return after a long, harsh winter, or the subtle traces of exotic game having passed through. Chance encounters, new discoveries, and the like were abound throughout this simple trail if one were to look closely. His father taught him, and these were never without value. Today's encounter required no cunning to notice. Any Matagi would have sensed the presence of so many animals, their number being far higher than what was usual for the area. There had to be a reason for it. Shinlan loosely placed his hands around his rifle, known as a Tsurube among the Matagi, a modified old-fashioned model from the Calvard Republic. He wasn't quite certain what to make of this anomaly yet, but he would nevertheless have to investigate further and report his findings to the chieftain. When he found its source, he realized he needed more than a loose grip out of caution. He needed to be ready to fire. The presence of wolves so great a size was already a shocking sight on Mount Whitecrown, never mind the number. Rarer still was the person they were chasing, a girl whose clothing marked her as one of a foreign land. The lessons of his past echoed in his mind as he shifted silently into the shadows of the stone crag. Listen, Shunlan, the Matagi aren't solely hunters. We are protectors of this mountain, its bounties being blessings from Adios. His finger was on the trigger. The rest he muttered to himself aloud. We must keep it free from impurities. He squeezed, and upon a fiery burst at the head of the muzzle, hot lead shot through the air, evaporating the snow it passed through in an instant, just as he intended. The bullet appeared as though it were sucked into the torso of a first wolf before exiting through and downing a second. Chaos rippled through the pack, but the young man knew this was not a certain victory. Wild animals are driven by survival instincts above all else, and any break in their formation would be mended faster than most humans could react. Run now! He fired a second shot. The girl reacted by turning in his direction till their eyes met. Through snow-tossed winds, he could still see the intelligence in her gaze. More than that, even to an unexpected degree. She was foreign. How could she not see confusion under these circumstances? Fear for her life, anxiety over her surroundings. Whatever was happening in this mountain, she had complete clarity on what it was. Shunlan's first true interaction with the girl came after she entered the crag where he awaited her, where he saved a book that had slipped from her possession from falling into the snow. She made it, he thought to himself. It indicated a path of escape for her to follow, which she did with excellent haste. She must be some girl to have held out against those beasts. The sunlight was dyed with a hint of red as it looked down upon Mount Whitecrown. Where a large pack of wolves were racing along the high road. Several other packs, all being driven in the same direction, collapsed into this larger one until they had melded into a massive swarm. A few cells behind them stood the one responsible for stirring them so, leaving them with no way to go but frantically forward. Scattered all around him were the corpses of boars, bears, and fellow wolves. And here I have myself another mountain whose beasts of revered repute have failed me. The man muttered with boredom born from tedium, eyes scanning the cold carcasses arrayed at his feet. The man's solid frame wrapped in red, and his hair black and shaved thoroughly with unique patterns. It would be enough to catch anyone's attention. But it was skin that dwarfed these otherwise uncommon features. His face, neck, hands, palms, nearly every visible part of him, save for his ears, was tattooed in arcane symbols that unsettled the mind. So thoroughly covered he was that certainly it would not be a stretch to think that if his clothes were stripped and head shaved bare, he would still be covered. The only person we know of that has like arcane symbols would be Emma doing the weird astral projection thing and McBurn. To my knowledge. I'm sure there's a few others that we could spot, but I don't have any on my mind. So I'm thinking like, McBurn, but he shaved his head? Not likely. It's part of his design. He wouldn't shave his head. White crown, eh? And who thought to crown you? His lips curled to a sneer as he looked toward the mountain's peak. With no more game to hunt, you're as good as... What have we here? Something caught his attention. He watches this something through the snow with great intrigue, sneer twisting into a smile of twisted delight. So you were hiding the fun elsewhere. Seems there's still hope for you yet, Mountain. With a single effortless thrust, he pierced through a lone wolf that dared to resist him, his stone-tipped spear digging into the ground and forever pinning it to the earth. Yeah, he's using a spear, so it can't be him. But he has arcane symbols. I guess the only other one would probably be people like Gaius, where he has like the thing on his arm. But this is supposedly over his whole body. I don't think this is anybody we've met. He then turned to walk with eager footsteps. As he moved, a gentle red glow lighted across him through his tattoos, and the grin on his face mangled itself into a level of malice and thirst no human should ever be capable of. Chapter 3 of Hunters and Wanderers. Maybe it's something weird, like how I can't remember which book it is. I think it was like the Doll Knight or whatever, where it's just one of the chapters just randomly has Jorg in it. They just drop by Jorg's places and he just fucks off after a single chapter. It's just never mentioned again. Alright, let's read. The longer we delay it, the longer this is going to take. We're only on chapter 3 of 17 and it's been 20 minutes. Oh, I would like to actually complete this whole thing in one go. Let's keep reading. Are you a Matagi? Finland had been struck with an unease that was happening on Mount Whitecrown was only the start of something bigger, which is also why the simple question struck him so. He wasn't sure how she, a clear foreign girl from somewhere very distant, had originally recognized him as a Matagi, even when the locals. Oh, so we're going back. It's going back and forth, I guess, between perspectives, maybe. I'm confused. Okay. Let had a reader as Matagi, even when the local lands had long forgotten how to make the distinction. His features held no particular tells, nor did his clothes. Not even his sharpshooting was anything. He felt different enough to reveal he was of a fading people. There was another reason he hesitated. He did have the right. Did he have the right to call himself a Matagi? The girl tilted her head with curiosity as she waited for Shunlan's answer. Knowing this to be no time for ambiguity, he nodded. I knew it. She appeared to mean that. For the first time since their ordeal, she expressed a small, warm smile. How'd you know? I met one of you a long time ago, a vagabond. This too struck Shunlan. The Matagi were vagabonds back during the Golden Age, but now most remained close to the village. So few among them traveled that he was certain he would have known who she was talking about right away. Were it true. Yeah. Of course, it could have been one acting as a hired gun or Jaeger while still touting their heritage to make a name for themselves. He couldn't know. However, so he decided to dismiss the topic in favor of their situation at hand. What was happening on this mountain? The wolves weren't the only oddity. Surely you could sense it, leaving his body hair tense and ready to go into fight or flight. Well, we put some distance between us and the wolves. I'd say we gave them the slip, but Shunlan intended to invite the girl to the village, but she had already started walking. Hold on a minute, you should. Thanks for the help, but now that I've used this, I need to hurry, and I wouldn't have just been around here for fun. I'm meeting someone. The girl clasped a cylindrical trinket hanging from her neck, tempting Shunlan's eyes to observe it closely. He traced the strange symbols etched along the thing, it being a bit larger than a flute, and it brought to mind the sudden fog that helped them escape the wolves. I know this is a strange question, but did you have anything to do with that fog? How about we start with whether you're coming or going? I sure wouldn't mind having a Matagi with me, so I won't say no if you are. He asked due to him naturally following her without him realizing it. This had less to do with curiosity on his part, and more to do with a need to see if she was safe, an instinctive habit that was less helpful and more patronizing and unnecessary. We'll see, he responded, though he still continued to accompany her. There was something about this girl, the way her calm demeanor felt more tightened and relaxed, that led him to believe she felt backed in some kind of corner. Was this because of what happened so far, or what could stand to happen in the future? Mount Whitecrown responded with the silence to his inner musings. How much should I tell you? Croaked the girl as she looked down at the cylindrical trinket. It was more a statement than a genuine question. It was strange for her lips to remain tight, Shunlan thought, after he had already witnessed her gamble in the flesh, but there was no forcing it out of her. She wanted to remain silent as the mountain. How about we start with who you are? I'm Shunlan Ison. Shunlan's fine. I'm, Matagi, like you said. His gaze dropped from her to the muzzle loader in his hands. Well, I'm Sayu, she responded. Unlike Shunlan, her gaze remained fixed on him, her voice never lacking in confidence. As for who I am, I'm a woodland wanderer. What's that? The name of your people? I never heard of them before, but then maybe they aren't local. He already knew she was a foreigner, but this absolutely confirmed that she was from somewhere far, far away. We're not really from anywhere. Every day we wander the woods and hills. You could say the journey itself is our home. Ah, so you're a nomadic people then. Where are the rest of you? Something came up and I had to go solo for a bit. She stopped. That person I'm meeting is actually one of us. His fuse is short and he's a little too overprotective for his own good, so I'm not exactly jumping for joy over it. Probably the guy. Sayu then turned to look at Shunlan, awaiting his definitive response. Though she hadn't said it out loud, he knew that this was the point of going one way or the other for him. Did he want to make certain she was well and get more answers? Or did he want to turn back and deem this a passing meeting between odd strangers? Shunlan also slowed to a meek stop. What use could he be to her, really? He couldn't even say he was Matagi out loud. Would someone so indecisive really prove to be of worth in whatever lay up ahead? She was in a hurry. Sayu had said, but she had waited patiently for a new companion to wrestle with his thoughts. Against his doubts, a desire to ensure her safety was slowly winning out, as it so often did, but the silence stretched as he failed to put anything into words. As this went on, there was a subtle shift in the wind coursing through him, the sign of a snowstorm on the horizon. I think, Shunlan began before stopping himself short. Both he and Sayu felt the oncoming storm, only to realize it was no simple storm. It was a beast. The echoing, deafening roar they heard next made it clear something supernatural was drawing near, causing Shunlan to draw in a sharp breath in surprise. He had felt this presence before. There was no way he could ever forget it, no way he could ever mistake that ferocity. It had been years since he saw the beast, but the very weight of its existence was enough to be carried by the wind. Sayu's response was not one of surprise, but of action. She looked down at her cylindrical trinket, which seemed to pulsate with light as the beast's roar reached their ears. It's resonating. I was right about this mountain. There was no need to answer out loud now. They both knew, in that moment, that they were after the same thing. After sharing an understanding glance, they took off running up a nearby hill, heading straight toward the invisible storm. The closer they edged into their target, the brighter Sayu's trinket glowed. First a weird fog, and now this, Shunlan thought, toward that ever-growing light. What is that thing, and why is it reacting to the beast? Rather, why didn't an object from foreign land react to a local beast from his own past? His thoughts continued. I never thought I'd meet it again like this. I suppose Adios must have a plan in mind. After a few moments of a dead sprint, it appeared before them, dominating their field of view. Despite the tens of arches separating them, they could feel both the overwhelming wild force of its presence. It stood with the peak of Mount Whitecrown behind it, overlooking its surroundings. Its form the very image of a king surveying his domain. It was a giant bear, easily dwarfing any other most had ever seen, surrounded by a cloak of lightning. Every few moments, firework-like bursts of electricity would crackle off its blue-white fur to display the immense power pressurized within that was eager to surge without. The light given off by its flashes of power surrounded it like a halo, providing a contrast that emphasized every muscle, every sinew of its frame. I knew it was you, Shunlan growled. This was the one, the beast that 5 years ago had changed the entire course of his life. Raiju. To be continued. We're not gonna catch up with this guy. Chapter 4, Dual Threats. Fate can be strange, fate can be fickle, and at times, fate can be irredeemably cruel. Kept by the girl, Xunlan found himself face to face with the living symbol of the laws of his people, the laws that he loathed but would be pained to lose. There was not a single person living on Mount Whitecrown who has not heard of Raiju. Since its first appearance 10 years prior, it had used its lightning to slaughter countless humans and animals, usurping the bounds of power all throughout nature. Many Matagi rose to challenge it and were injured or fallen, with none so much as finding its lair. It now lived as a symbol of destruction and greed, known to all as a true blight upon the land. And now here it was. Upon sight of this bear before him, the instincts he long sealed away were prickling through to the surface. It was an excitement that coursed through muscle, through flesh, through bone, the craving for a rematch, and as he noticed with the trembling fear of his fingers over his rifle, also a deep fear. His name is Raiju? Sayu looked at Xunlan, puzzled over the name, but the more the cylindrical trinket glowed bright, her eyes shifted nervously. Up till then, he had only seen her act cool and calm. Her eyes now darted back and forth with a mild panic between him, the trinket, and the bear. That's right. Don't tell me you came here looking for it. No, I knew there was a part of it here, but I didn't know it manifests as a beast like this. A part? Something to do with the cylinder? The thing continued to light up in responding to Raiju, shining brighter and brighter the closer it approached. Xunlan couldn't quite wrap his mind around it. A part would indicate that once united, the beast and trinket would become whole. But what kind of relationship could there be between a monstrous creature of nature and a man-made instrument? Just what is that Raiju roared. Xunlan, a flicker of exhilaration being elicted by the sound, cut himself off and turned his focus back on the beast. You're just itching for a fight, aren't you? He responded with a mighty leap from the rock it stood upon, diving towards them. Owlbear from the top rope, sparks erupted from its body with each print impressed into the ground. No, you're not the one it's calling to. Before Sayu could explain, a spear of stone as tall as either of them darted from somewhere, whistling eerily through the air as it arced straight for Raiju. The beast stepped aside to miss the attack in an instant, but the spear held such thrust behind it that even the slight brush upon its side tore a hunk of hide from its flesh. A crimson stain began to bubble through its blue-white fur. The King of Thunder halted its advance, looking somewhere off in the distance, before stepping back with timorous hesitation. Then, with a flash of light to cover its movements, it retreated back into the mountain. Damn you, I'm missing this chance. Get back here, Xunlan cried, though he knew well it had made the wisest choice to save its own life. Even still, having his unexpected rematch stolen away by an equally unexpected external force left him with a bitter taste in his mouth. Xunlan, look out! Whatever threat had chased Raiju off wasted no time in turning his attention toward them. Ducking the instant he heard Sayu's warning, Xunlan watched the stone spear streak just over his head, hitting a splintering tree that was growing right in front of him. What was that? I've never seen art like that. He's coming, Sayu muttered in response. He who? The two made their own retreat behind some nearby rocks. Sayu gripped the trinket around her neck, now weakened in its glow. Tighter than ever, as she explained. While he listened, Xunlan used a pair of binoculars on his person to scan where the spears had flown from in hopes of seeing who or what was behind them. He attacks woodland wanderers and steals the artifacts we collect, she started. And I assure you, we won't be the first he's murdered. He's a berserker who spreads destruction wherever he goes. The binoculars revealed an unusual figure, who was tattooed with symbols on every surface of his skin but his ears, and even his hair had similar patterns shaved into it. And as he stood, the playful smile on his lips betrayed no hints of the violent nature she was describing. No, that undersells him. He's trying to murder every last one of us, and we don't even know who or what he is. All we have is the name we made up for him. Though far away, Xunlan was met with the man's direct gaze. One 10 times sharper, 10 times heavier than his own. Even through the lens, he felt a bloodthirsty aura that pierced through him as well as any stone spear that could be thrown. It was terrifying, and as he absorbed the sphere, the man disappeared from view. We call him the Oni, the demon. Xunlan put the binoculars down, seeing that the Oni now stood only a few dozen yards from their position. The bear got away. No matter. There are times when business is better fit before pleasure. As if on cue from his words, the rocks around the two exploded. When he saw no blood trailed remains among the rubble, however. He simply smiled in appreciation of their abilities. The gunshot rang out immediately after. The gunshot rang out immediately after, did nothing to change this. You found yourself an intriguing bodyguard, little mouse. The shot aimed toward the Oni failed to ruffle him in the least. Fear nor hesitation traced his features, but rather a conflict between calmness and toward the circumstances and a desirous hunger for violence. A rock wall effortlessly burst from the ground to block the bullet before it could reach it. I'm not interested in your weird tricks, Oni. We want to know who you are and why you're here. Shunlan and Sayu managed to only just evade the rocks exploding. Now Shunlan, hidden in a bank of withered weeds, kept his finger on the trigger as he barreled their pursuer with questions. The ease at which the man had blocked his shot left him shaken, but he recovered control and put on a brave front so as not to further shift the muzzle of his rifle with anxious trembling. The more ferocious the opponent, the less you showed of them your back. That was one of the iron laws of Matagi. I am the Stone Melder. I'd much prefer you call me that over that other unfortunate name you've given me. And why are you coming after Sayu? Why did you try to kill Raiju? He continued to fire off questions with the speed at which he reloaded and fired more bullets from his riddle, slowly adjusting himself to a position that would allow him to move instantaneously should he need to. I'm here to squeeze the life out of a little mouse and her whole mouse clan. If that isn't apparent enough, their death shall be an offering to another clan. And to see this mission of mine accomplished, I've been gifted power. My stone melding exists for no greater reason than what I speak. Lies. Some of it, at least. I could sense it as soon as the Oni opened his mouth. There was in no way possible for the joy that split the man's face as he attacked Raiju to be under the guise of a mere mission. Yet he wondered if the Oni himself was unaware of how naked his desire for killing was through his deceptive answer. Still, there had to be a reason behind it. A real reason. That's all? Shunlan responded. Well, none of that sounds like a good enough reason to be on my mountain, so get off. Even as he said it, Shunlan pressed down and let the next bullet fly, leaping straight toward the Oni. He slammed his right fist into the ground in response, and more masses of stone lifted from the earth to form a wall that shielded him. Perfect. Coaxing the Oni into creating this wall had been a part of Shunlan's plan. Moving to hide in the shadow of the wall, Shunlan used the moment to grip his Nagasa, a special hunting knife in the Matagi, to slide into the man's blind spot and strike. It'll take more than that, little cub. Even as the light flashed off Shunlan's arcing blade, he felt a sharp stab of pain through his body, leaving his consciousness to swim through naught but blackened agony. It wasn't until his back slammed into the ground, arches behind where he had been, that he saw the Oni's left hand was encased entirely in rock to form a heavy gauntlet. Your blade found its mark. It's been a while since I was last scratched. The rock wall crumbled, revealing the Oni's twisted expression. He panted with excitement as warm lifeblood dripped liberally from the wound on his side. A parlor trick at best, but I like your spark. You'll make a fine warm-up before I take down that bear. We Matagi do love our parlor tricks, Shunlan replied dryly. Sometimes, we even like to use ourselves as decoys. As he only moved to close the distance between him and Shunlan, several bolts came raining down from above. He blocked them with the stone still wrapped in his hand, but by the time he returned his eyes to his opponent, he was gone. Blocked that too, huh? Too bad, but thanks anyway, Sayu. I should be the one thanking you. I got proof his stone walls aren't a perfect defense. That alone is worth its weight in money to me. After firing off another bolt to force more distance between them and the Oni, Sayu helped Shunlan to his feet, and the two slipped into the thick foliage nearby. Shunlan could see the foreign girl was back in control of her emotions. That was the only way she could have known to step in to strike without saying a word. Looks like one of my most reliable relatives got to see the guy's weakness too. As she says this, she pointed up to a cliff in the direction they were heading. There, Shunlan got his first look at the one Sayu intended to meet on the mountain. To be continued. The book. lower the volume even more for myself, so it's easier to read. Let's see, Chapter 5, Sayu's Fight. Shinran followed Sayu's pointed finger toward a cliff that towered behind the Oni to see a man. Special delivery, Sayu, your BFF has arrived. There's that annoying crap-ass voice. As the Oni's attention turned to the source of this new voice echoing through the mountain, the young man leaped from his place, the sun eclipsing his body with stark shadows that made it impossible to see his face. Shinran could see he was taller and leaner than he and dressed in all furs, the hooded part further covering its wearer's face, but that was all he could surmise of him. Well, Shinran supposed he could surmise one other thing. He knew how to fight. The Oni snarled as he formed a disc-shaped buckler of stone to fend off the incoming dropkick. Another damn mouse is coming to nibble at my toes. Come all you like, the number makes no difference to me. The young man, however, simply used this shield as a stepping stone to spring himself into the air a second time. Backs wide open, scribble face. First twisting into the air, he then landed behind the Oni and launched a flurry of punches at the towering sun. Red and back before him, the speed of these attacks made it feel as though his fists had multiplied to deliver a veritable storm of strikes. Fine effort, but it's nowhere near enough. The onslaught pushed the Oni back to a stagger at most. He immediately straightened and kicked off the ground, soaring away and summoning a rock wall to cover his retreat. But the young man halted in turn, jumping backward to put yet more distance between them. You just had to make a dramatic entrance, didn't you, Dao? Sayu chided with a smirk. No way, complete coincidence that I showed up just in the nick of time, Dao answered while dodging a counterattack from the Oni, showing them an unperturbed smile as he did so. He then added, I will say though, I'm glad I showed up when I did. Got to see something very interesting. Shinran had no trouble guessing what he was referring. It was the idea of using their villain's rock walls to stab him in his blind spots, just as he had done with his Nagasa. As Sayu put it, these earthen walls were not the perfect defense. They were not perfect defense, they were made out to be on the surface. But Dao would also notice something else. And I just don't mean the blind spots you were exploiting. I mean that those walls don't just come out instinctively when he needs them. Yeah, if we take advantage of that, he's as good as done, exclaimed Sayu. She then whistled, turning her relative's attention toward her as she made some sort of shorthand signal. The young man's hood bent forward as he nodded in turn, and then immediately he began launching sporadically timed attacks to demand the Oni's attention. It's almost like you two share one mind, Shinran observed. Guess he was worth meeting up with after all. Tell me about it, she agreed. Okay, Shinran, let's move out. Sayu guided Shinran to a nearby hill that overlooked a snow-covered slope. Atop this giant lump of ice bounced uncertainty, with an avalanche's worth of snow built up behind it as the frozen shape snatched the moisture from the air surrounding it. Down intended to slowly lead Oni right to this very slope. Shinran questioned this plan with a raised eyebrow. I get the plan, but he's not stupid enough to fall for such an obvious trap, is he? She returned the question with a cheeky smile and held up the cylindrical trinket to his face to answer his question. No sense in me hiding what it can do to you now. I'm going to go get things ready. You just wait for my signal. You'll know exactly where to shoot. I'm sure I will. Shinran looked through his binoculars at the point Sayu implied, and then put them down and muttered to himself what an abomination this was as a man of the mountain while fixing the scope of his muzzleloader. At the same time, Dao continued drawing the Oni into their desired point in a merry chase consisting of attacking and retreating again. I admire the way you so desperately cling to life, Mouse, the Oni growled, swinging his stony fist at the winning man's wild energy. It appeared he hadn't noticed his prey was intentionally leading him elsewhere. I grow tired of playing with you. Oblivion will suit you well. Now come here. Impatience building, he wrapped a massive wealth of stone around his hand and let loose a single punch filled with murderous intent unlike any other previous. A direction from such a blow would have been more than any human body could bear. Yet in the next instant, the Oni's tattooed face twisted with perplexity. His tightened fist was not, as he expected, wrapped by a corpse, but rather swathed in the fur the young man had been wearing. We call that molting. See? Got some tricks up my sleeve too. Having shed his fur garment, Dao flipped through the air, provoking a smirk on his now revealed face. A handsome one with close-cropped dark blue hair. Well kept through though he certainly was, there was no doubting the wild air that accompanied it. His every gesture was lithe, feral, and free. Continue this game with your scampering all you like, the Oni snarled, but by the end of it, you'll be smeared across this mountain. He aimed his next strike toward the ground, controlling the fragments of stone that rose from it. He slung them toward Dao, bathing the young man in a merciless storm of shrapnel. Dao continued to move backward despite being pelted from head to toe, his movements keeping the damage done to a minimum as he maintained a safe distance between himself and his oncoming foe. This gap was in fact one of the signals to his two allies that the Oni had arrived at the right spot for a full-on assault. Now fully engrossed by the shift in Dao's tactics, the Oni had no time to wonder about the 3 bolts from a crossbow that flew over his head in the moment. Xunlan, ready, Xunlan replied to Sayu. His weapon scope was fixed on a small chunk of ice with frozen stalactite hanging from its belly. Mere seconds later, fire spat from Xunlan's muzzleloader, the bullet biting into this most vulnerable chunk. The point destroyed, the weight it supported was now too much to bear, forcing a massive mound of ice to begin collapsing inward on itself as it threatened to hurtle down the slope. As if to follow the lead of the crumbling ice, a range of snow covering the face of the slope followed. No simple landslide would have been a threat to the Oni and his wealth of experience, but this mighty force would be like a beast the size of the mountain itself, shedding its wintry coat. Xunlan could see light dancing through the fog at places along the incline, the 3 exact locations where Sayu had shot her bolts. The slope began to tremble with greater force. The moment the light and fog given off by the bolts faded, the earth truly awakened with a terrifying moan. The ice and snow at the top of the slope now fully collapsed, then rumbled down the mountain with a speed in which nothing could escape. The Oni cried with amusement. An interesting gambit, Butchill. The monster of a man had no time for retorts. Yet, he realized this too late. Before he could finish his sentence, the avalanche had rushed downward to swallow his legs, the buildup around him increasing at far too great a speed for him to summon a new wall of stone to protect him. Cold, wholly violent waves continued to crash onto him, engulfing his form until even his vibrant tattoos were buried beneath the silvery white drifts. By the end of it, he had been completely entombed beneath ice and snow. Did we get him? Xunlan called out. Sayu shook her head. I doubt that'll kill a guy like him, but I don't think he'll be getting out anytime soon. Great, too immortal even for an avalanche. But just how did you manage to pull off one of that size? He was still in awe of just what they had accomplished with a few bolts and a bullet, but the cause versus the effect was still on a seemingly inconceivable scale. I adjusted the moisture along the slope and made conditions ideal for the snow to slide, answered Sayu as she removed the trinket from a custom slot in her crossbow, returning it to around her neck. Each bolt's scent had been infused with a kind of energy from it before being fired, and Xunlan now realized that they retained this connective energy even after being fired off a good distance away. Well, that little cylinder was the key, huh? Figures, Xunlan muttered. The Oni was after it too, but even still, can't believe it has the power to adjust the moisture of a whole face. Xunlan's need for answers was now at its peak. If there was some kind of paranormal event behind it all, perhaps understanding it would help him learn more about the mysterious origins behind Raiju. Atta girl, Sayu. Your plan got him in one. You're good though, right? Not hurt anywhere? Dao hurried over to the two of them, rattling off the questions and commentary once close enough through a chomped leaf that stuck out of his mouth. His hair may have been a different color from his relatives, but their clothing had similar patterns and their suntanned skin held the same natural shade. He, however, had opted to paint over his in a way that very much stood out. I'm fine. I was more worried about you, Dao. Just where were you? Sorry about that, he replied with a humble smile. I'd actually stopped by a village near here to gather some info first. Some luck though, huh? First some wolves were running wild, then the Oni showed up. But they should be behind us now, still. Dao took Sayu by the shoulders and enfolding her securely in his arms as he fixed Xunlan with his gaze. You a local? Hunter maybe? Thanks for helping Sayu. I should be the one saying thanks, Xunlan replied. You're Dao, I think it was. You're Sayu's what, brother? Close enough. We're technically cousins, but we may as well be brother-sister. And you might have heard of me. Tornado Dao ring a bell? Sure doesn't, but it's a pleasure. Xunlan offered his hand, which Dao took. Dao's other hand was off the side with Sayu, preventing the stranger he only just met from getting too close to her. Xunlan followed up. Well, I got an awful lot of questions after all this, but we could save that for once we're not outside. Weather's only going to get worse tonight. He then looked up at the sky, watching as the wind carried clouds of snow. To him, it said the spirits of the mountain had been seen the whole affair, and they were in a frightful rage for it. To be continued. Alright, considering we are a third of the way through it, and we spent the last hour reading, I am not going to be doing this, the last, 11 chapters. Or is it 12? I can't remember. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 chapters. Whoops. Gotta go back to the books. I'll make a note that I'm on chapter 6. I can, because, like, I did mention, like, the last, like, week I was sick, so, like, I've had, like, my throat has been, like, perpetually dry. This is not helping. But we're basically done with the game. Just a few hours of reading. I'd like to keep it on stream. Why not? I've been doing that so far with the other books. So we'll keep that gravy train rolling. But yeah, one more part, which, funnily enough, rounds up the whole thing to a nice 50 parts, doesn't it? Alright. Till next time. Have a good night.